Yo, what's good, boys? Alright. Yo, what's up, bro? Guys, I'm looking to form a group of time walking grinders who want to grind to max level with me. Trying to get a max level warrior. Oh, yeah. And we're going to be watching the AWC. Let's pull that up right now. Let's see. I don't even know how this is going to work. It's probably going to be really awkward and stuff. Is that like 2 aids? I think it looks fine. Like, is that too small? I feel like you can't even see what's going on. Oh, wait, I have an idea. Okay, check this out, guys. Whoa, that one can be... Cheap shot smoke bomb. Why? Alright, we're gonna do this. I have an idea. No one wants to watch leveling. Leveling is dumb. But I'm gonna level. That's gonna happen regardless. But we want to watch the AWC together. Oh wait, this is annoying. Oh my god. This feels so weird. I think that's better, no? Oh, he just dies. What the hell? When I Frost Mage rotation, do you Ray of Frost? Sometimes, but it's kind of like a low priority global. Low prio. Oh, when in the rotation? Um, It's not a hard question. I'm just like it's weird to think about right now for some reason. You just do it after you flurry. So like Vayne's flurry Ray. Sorry, I need to get a warrior build. Give me your build, sir. Oh, a game. I like games. Analyze the combination of emojis to decode the hidden message. It's Tony. It's Tony. Okay, this dungeon is so AIDS. Wait, I'm pumping. The number 2 team in the world. That is toxic. Rain, net. Yeah, it's a net. I don't know. I'm not smart enough. I didn't get it. He is bald. So wait, what was it? It was peekaboo? Dude, this dungeon sucks, guys. Yo, what's up, Sweepy? How do I farm rage? I still don't really get it, Rage. What is this clip? Hold on, I'm in this time walking dungeon. It's like the worst dungeon I've ever seen. Oh, that's Colin. That is a crazy starting spot. You have to dino. So a dynamic movement. You can't generate any power in this location. So you have to go up to here, then from here launch into what they call a paddle dino, because you're paddling off of your hands. Grabs it. Yeah, that was wild, bro. Nope, that was not me. That's a professional climber named Colin something. Really been utilizing the arcane missiles while lost lately that you reminded me of your video. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's something that seems so it seems so obvious when you think about it for a second, right? Like doing it just makes sense. But yeah, I mean sometimes we just don't think about things like that. But yeah, it's so good. It's so good. RMP, baby! Force myself to play flows for the casting while moving for the same principle. Yeah, a lot of arcane mages like just baseline flows. Yo, chill, Mac. Chill, chill, chill. Oh, is this P-Make? Who's Oscar the Mage? It's cool P-Make is on Swapsy's team. P-Make has kind of been on the come up there for a while. Dude, the time walking dungeons this week suck ass. They're not just like kill people. Yo. This dungeon is stupid. Yeah, this is not good. Dude, this is so lame. Holy. Dude, he died without blocking, bro. Ooh, you could cold snap block though if you're kicked on frost. It's not something you want to do in a tournament setting, but if you have to, it's better than dying without blocking. So how does he die? He just gets Frostfire Bolt lanced. Frostfire Bolt for 2.7 million. Hmm. Jeez, he's taking a lot though. Is he playing Shimmer? He's playing Shimmer into an Outlaw Rogue. AWC is just it's too much stress. Too much of a lifestyle. I like waking up in the mornings and going to the gym, spending the nights with my GF. During AWC, it's just you just have to go on a really crazy schedule and stuff. Yeah, it's a lot, bro. But now Oscar's dying. Oh my god, that ice wall, bro. He does have mana, but is Chan still playing? No, he's a commentator now. I don't know why. I don't know what happened with him. It's Veins from P-Make. No, P-Make. P-Make, no. Hey, let me look at the damage. Oscar did a lot more. Cheap shot is powerful. Whilst this team is playing, I don't think yet though. You guys like my warrior mug? Yeah, you want to join me, Griff? You guys like my mug? I'm just saying if you need to level something, I'm spamming time walking right now. I'm Alliance. Does that matter for leveling? Oh, that's wild. Today's a low energy day for me. I'm just chilling here leveling with you guys and watching the AWC going on. I'm 66 right now. No. Almost to the quest turn-in. Bro, what is this dungeon, man? This one looks annoying. Coding for add-on update, just doing a few final test runs with skirmish. Oh, nice, bro. I'm excited for it. Where's the sound? Sound's on. Why Frost? Frost is just the best right now. Does the most damage. More consistent. What's up, C-Box? Oh. What you up to, buddy? P makes owning, I think. Same here, bro. I'm just trying to level some characters today while AWC is going on. Just trying to get some alts up so I can do some more daytime queues with then more classes to play and stuff. Watching my boy P mate. Best of 3? It's best of 5. It's cold in here, bro. I'm gonna get a jacket. It's best of 5. Nice, Rage. Time walking this week is so annoying. The dungeons, I feel like, are just not fun. Warrior's kind of fun. Orc mage. Hmm. P-Make is getting destroyed. Can he land a sheep? Sheep's the road. In arena, I've not seen above like 4 million. But I've had like 9 million on dummies. Oh, you just want to get as many missiles as you can into it, and then buffed barrages too. So like missiles, barrage, magi, missiles, barrage, barrage, missiles, barrage, barrage, missiles. Or you can just go all in on the missiles. Just keep spamming them. Damn. Alright, if you guys want to do some time walking, shoot a whisper over to Aegis W on Sargeras. Warlock or Monk? Monk for sure, bro. What's up, B-Don? I'm gonna go pee real quick. Alright, I'm just gonna queue it up then. Force that for Frost was worth it? No. It's not. Not very good. What is this dungeon? My tank's name is Bornaryu. Oh, I thought it was Boner. For Arcane? Yeah, Arcane and Fire, you do want it. Our smoke detector broke. Getting it replaced. doesn't. Hmm. Yeah, that's because YouTube doesn't have audio, I guess, for it because it's from my browser, and I typically play music out of the browser, and you can't play music on YouTube like that. What about now? I just changed something. I probably have to restart it.
Landing a full sheep there onto JT with the mass polymorph, going for the resheep there as well. It's the Dragon's Breath onto Brunhilde as well, but Oscar isolated here on the other side of the map. JT finally coming out of crowd control. P-Make in a full kidney shot. The car is going to trinket and save him with the Guardian Angel, and now Oscar is going to take a little bit of damage here as well, as Swapsy is all over him. He's got the ult of time rolling here, and he looks like he wants to just go behind the pillar there for a second, buy some time there, and now they're swapping over to Brunhilde a little bit on the side of Forged RMP, but now back onto Oscar as he did come back from that ult of time. And there's that blink stun that we were talking about coming out of that bash, and now looking for the icy flow sheeps, but not going to be able to find it. Meanwhile, a smoke bomb onto P-Make, but he is going to be forced into the ice block. Actually, the second ice block already being forced. Oscar though could be in big trouble here as well. Brunhilde getting cleaved down. The Kara in a CC, but finally it does fade. Looks like the Kara is pushing in here, looking for the chastise stun, manages to find it. There's the full polymorph. Oscar could be in trouble. JT is going to respect the damage here with that icy veins and trinket out, and now P-Make caught up in a full kidney. There's the full blind. They're pushing for the win on the side of Overload. Can they find the sheep here? It looks like it. Oscar, no. He's not going to be able to utilize it in time with that precognition. Nice cyclones coming out from Swapsy, pausing the damage, but things are not looking good right now for the Forged RMP. Beautiful Vortex, though. Nice grip, though, as well from JT to make sure that Oscar comes to the right side of that ice wall. But when it's all said and done, Oscar with 2 ice blocks, the car with no trinket, P-Make with no ice blocks.
Yeah, really scary here for P-Make. Oscar, though, we saw what happened in game number 1. He needs to be very careful so far. I really like this blink choice. The Dark Iron Dwarf racial, that Fire Blood is going to be rotating off cooldown, so he's going to have a big answer for this next incarnation from Swapsy. Swapsy pushing forward, putting out a ton of damage here onto Oscar. Still getting low, needs to be careful. JT in no crowd control whatsoever, though. Just moving between LOS on the pillar and in the open field, just trying to avoid crowd control and land as many heals as possible. Stuns coming out from Brunhilde, looking to set up his team. Oscar pushing in. He gets a polymorph on P-Make, but that's going to immediately get damaged through. Oscar taking a huge hit of damage. Goes for a potential Dragon's Breath polymorph. Can he find it? No, nice maim there by Swaps. Just micro CC Oscar into a follow-up stun. Even though he blinked out of it, that maim stun got its job done and really avoided the crowd control. Nice Ring of Frost. P-Make's in so much trouble. Takara is forced to make the trade, but all of a sudden, Forge has basically nothing left.
Yeah, and they have blind coming up in 5 seconds here for Brunhilde. They could send the blind onto Dakara into a sheep here and potentially just close out the match. And they do it is the question. Swapsy sees the opportunity. Cyclones Brunhilde takes him out of the game a little bit. They need pressure from Swapsy here. He's the only one who can really stop this next incoming attack. It's going to be very scary. And here we go. It looks like they're going to set it up with a kidney shot first, potentially. Brunhilde finds the kidney shot onto P-Make. There's the full blind, and that is going to be good night for P-Make. That was a beautiful setup here from Overload. And I think this was just a result of that previous setup where they got that Ring of Frost and were able to land that CC chain. Overload makes it look very convincingly, making all the right adaptations in terms of talent choices, and they come out ahead in a big way.
Yeah, beautifully done by Overload, and now all of a sudden we are tied up. And I have to say, Oscar, he didn't use a single ice block in those games, so being able to get out of the stuns, and this is something I actually wanted to mention because last season in the AWC, one of the compositions that really popped off was the Feral Frost Mage Paladin, and mages used to play Blink every single game. Like all the mages were just playing Blink pretty much just to remove themselves from all of the stuns, and you can still play very aggressive and in your face. You know, I feel like abilities like Icy Flows have a really high skill cap to give you that run cast mobility, and it worked out in this game. I mean, just getting out of literally every single stun for free I think is pretty good value in a matchup where you're stunned so often.
Absolutely. I mean, against these Ferals and Rogues, it's just you're basically always in those stuns, and so nice to have it. But the downside is that it is harder to land those CC chains, but with just good positioning, you can definitely make that happen. And we saw it earlier, Oscar snapping that Ring of Frost and then putting them in this position where they're just really patient with their damage. Brunhilde just waiting, setting up the perfect setup there at the end, getting the kidney shot, getting the blind, and they didn't even need to find a follow-up CC there. They just had an overwhelming amount of damage to take PMake down. So now it's all tied up. We're 2-2, and we're going to game number 5. And what are we thinking here? Both teams going to stick to their comps. I feel like they will at this point. I don't think anyone is going to budge, and probably just going to come down to the map selection.
Getting the map. We're going to see some carnage here, Zico. What do you think? Swap's going to be the one to do it?
I don't think the carnage would be good in this matchup, but if somebody is going to do it, it probably would be Swapsy. I feel like Swapsy started that meta where teams would pick Blade's Edge. Do you remember that meta where they would always pick Blade's Edge on game number 2? I feel like Swapsy used to do that, and that was very annoying for a lot of compositions. But we're going to go to a little bit more of a standard map this time around. No carnage. Going to Tiger's Peak.
The map.
Blade's Edge is all but a distant memory at this point. You know, we haven't seen it in such a long time. I miss it. I don't. A picture of it for my wall. Blade's Edge Arena. You know. As a mage, it was so fun. You know, splitting the bridge with ice wall.
Yeah, the blast waves.
People off the side. Like, it felt like cheating. So maybe that's why it's not in the rotation anymore. But yeah, we are going to be going to Tiger's Peak for this one. Overload once again, locking in the same composition. Now, Swapsy, is he going to tag out? You not liking the blink? Like, what do you think? Nope. All right, not enough time to answer.
Yeah, I think at this point it's the right call. Just both, like we've seen it. FMP can win, RMP can win. Just play what you've brought to the table at this point. Don't change anything up, and may the better team win. It's got to be nerve-wracking for Acro, just sitting on the bench, watching his team, just praying that they win this final game without actually being able to do anything about it. For Overload, TJ in that same position.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, you really, the players on the 4th, they got to do a lot of work. You know, they got to immediately, as soon as you get into the game, pull up the AWC companion, see if there's any, you know, kind of cheeky changes that the teams are doing, calling out cooldowns, things like that. It is very interesting, and it can be very helpful to have a good 4th on your team, especially when they play a good class like Feral and Rogue in this particular case. So we'll see what happens. How are you feeling about your prediction? I was going to say, how are you feeling about your prediction, but unfortunately, not totally right. You can still be half right, though.
It's not looking good.
You think so?
You might get you and Supertees could get a perfect prediction here.
I'm betting on it. I'm banking on it. So.
Yeah, you're feeling good. You're feeling confident. That's why you're looking so zen right now.
Yep.
You
chilling.
You know the perfect prediction is in the back pocket. You know the team that you bet on. They have the momentum heading into this game. They're feeling good. They've made some changes that are looking good. You know it's on the Forged RMP here to answer. Yeah.
I like doing the predictions because we have some skin in the game, you know? It's like I can get excited about Overload on their little comeback here. But either way, you know, I'm just a fan of good
Got a repairman coming over, so I gotta leave the door unlocked for him.
If they pull off a win, I'll be excited for them too. Their roster's looking good. They're in the upper bracket. Keep in mind, this is an upper bracket game. So the loser of this, they're not out of the tournament. They're just going to be going down to the lower bracket. And that's not exactly where you want to be. Some pretty good teams down there right now, but in this upper bracket, it's a lot of Mage Priest, Rogue, you know, bringing the Feral Druid. The team that's the best at that, well, that's my prediction for this tournament. The team that plays, you know, Mage, Priest, Rogue, or Feral the best is the team that's going to win this tournament.
You don't believe in the Streamer Zone?
It's not that I don't believe in them, but I mean, they are really going up against the gauntlet. But that's the thing. If their composition does beat, you know, mages, like if we do see them like figure it out and now all of a sudden they can beat mages, then they're going to win. Like what is anyone gonna do? Everyone's a mage.
Yeah. That's true. That is true. Yeah. I don't know.
It's a natural
It's
order
looking-
of things, right? Like Marks Hunters are supposed to take down mages. That's just the way it is. Circle of life.
Yeah, what's your hunter's name again?
Bro, my
Big
new
Papa?
mouse is here, guys. My mouse I
heard
ordered
your-
like
your
5
hunter's name
years
was
ago.
I eat mages.
Oh yeah, that my old hunter was Big Papa, but yeah, this new one, yeah, I eat
That's what I open up
mages, is
boxes
a little
with.
goblin, and I get hungry. Yeah,
You get real hungry.
yeah, I
Yeah,
lure the
I,
mages to the gingerbread
It's
house.
the final
and,
mouse.
You know, get them nice and prep for a one shot. I need to.
Yeah,
I haven't actually geared him out this patch. I need to.
Oh, you should. I recently got introduced to the 5 million aim shot crits,
know-
and that was an eye-opening experience.
You know what the biggest
open
problem
Those boxes.
I have on I Eat Mages is? Whenever
What?
I queue, I don't fight mages. I fight like warriors and paladins, and they just kill me. And that's like, I didn't make you for this. I want to take down the easy class. You know, I want to take down the mage, but I just get cleaved and
Yeah, it's a
lose because I'm
karambit.
bad. But oh well.
Yeah, that's my problem on arcade mages. as
Oh,
well.
yeah,
Every time I play
baby.
arcade mage, I'm like, where's the warriors? Where's the windwalkers at? Like,
Oh, yeah.
what's going on here? It's just feral druids just on me. the
Ellie
whole game.
shamans,
Hunters,
BM
Ellies.
hunters, you know.
Yeah. Yeah,
Things
it's just
you
the way
love.
it goes. All right, game number 5. Forge RMP Overload. FMP or RMP? I think that there's a lot of biased rogues out there right now who are cheering for the FMP. But then they're like, see, RMP is not OP. But then I think there is some feral druids who are feeling the same way on the outside. This is one of those matchups that we could be seeing a decent amount of this weekend. I think a lot of teams have been practicing some versions of this as well.
Dune
I feel like this
edition.
could be like even a little bit of a teaser
Yeah, I think so.
of what we could see from
get
Dobob
this.
and
There we go.
Echo later, because they also have flappers
Oh my
on that feral
God,
druid,
yes,
right? And Echo
it's so
most
sexy.
likely running that RMP themselves. So there is this is a little bit
Matches
of
my
insight
keyboard.
into how this matchup is going to play out, because we could see it more times than not. But
Oh.
game number 5, it's match point. Whoever wins this will stay in that upper bracket. Whoever loses
It's
will be
so
dropping
light.
down to that lower bracket. Beautiful grip there onto P-Make out of that Comet Storm, making sure that he stays alive.
How do
Both
I-
Priest in angel form, but the car now caught up in a full
Thought it was
cheap
wireless
shot.
mouse.
Oscar not able to find any crowd control. Looking for the sheep now that he did
Oh, it
fake
is.
cast that one kick, but it's going to be hard. And he is once again playing that Dark Iron Dwarf with the stun blink.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Dude, I'm just
Gentlemen,
getting
last
fed experience.
line
This
used
is
for
great.
Brunhitty, trading out some major offensive cooldowns, trying to get the pressure rolling. Oscar in the middle of the map right now, getting absolutely blasted, but P-Make gets kidney shot, and he's going to sit that full stun. So he does have his trinket if he needs it, opting not to use it there, wants to pick the right perfect moment for either offense or defense, and that really wasn't the moment at that time. Oscar goes for a shifting power, gets the interrupt there on to Swapsy. Brunhitty getting caught into polymorphs. Great control here by P-Make, just really limiting what Brunhitty's going to be able to do, but the stun comes in.
Whoa.
Oscar gets really low, playing a bit greedy. JT actually trades out his trinket, so using the trinket, connecting the Serenity, and now it might be P-Make on the back foot.
Uh-oh, P-Make almost going down there. I mean, there's just such good communication here between the mages and their priests. Both priests right there making that
Oh.
exact same trade, trading their trinket
Bro.
before those ice blocks. They don't want to give those up. And one
Look
of
at this
the
mouse, look at
changes
it.
that we
It's
saw
so
in the War
dirty,
Within
it's
is
so
that
old.
the PvP trinket on healers is 1.5 minute
Dude.
cooldown, down from 2 minutes. So they
Yeah,
are going to have those
bro.
cooldowns
Oh,
rotating back up a little bit earlier. Here
juicy.
comes the kidney shot. There's the ice wall. Dakara looking for the master spell. You see what Dakara did there? He actually tried to fake cast that master spell in case it would get cancelled and he would get counterspelled. So nice heads up play there from Dakara, but it is going to
Feels
be Swap
insane.
to shut that down with the Cyclone. Oscar moving towards
It's a little
Dakara
bit
now,
bigger
looking
than
for
mine,
the
so it's
CC.
gonna take
There's
some
a
getting
cheap
used
shot.
to.
Oscar should be able to chain this with a polymorph. He is going to be able to
I like
connect
the red
it.
mouse.
That
Looks
is going
sick.
to be
Thanks,
P-Make's
bro.
first ice block. They master
Matches
spell
my
it. P-Make could
keyboard.
be in
Oh,
big trouble
no!
here. He's just dead. What?
No,
Dakara had
P-Make.
no trinket. P-Make caught behind enemy lines there, and just as I was complimenting the Mage Priest synergy, we see a massive blunder come out there from the Forged RMP, and Overload, all of a sudden, they just turn up the heat, and they take it.
Wow, what a great play, and the perfect prediction does come true. Congratulations to Overload, who takes that one. That was, I think that was the quickest one that we had of the series. So this
I
is
need
what
to
was talking
install,
about.
like,
I mentioned
the
it earlier in the series. Like some of these games are going long,
Final
but
Mouse
if the
software.
teams mess up, it's over. Like if they're fighting lesser RMPs, these games are done in 60 seconds. So that really speaks volumes as to how good these players really are. at trading and realizing and playing defensive when they need to. But unfortunately for RMP, they are going to go down in this one, and Overload will take the win. So Forge, let's see exactly how this does play out here. Oscar gets interrupted. You mentioned PMake was kind of behind enemy lines at this point of the game, so he gets interrupted on Polymorph, meaning he really isn't going to be able to use his mobility. The Ice Block comes in, immediate Mass Dispel, and it's just an overwhelming amount of damage. Unfortunately, that was just such a good push. Most of the time you trade the Ice Block, you're going to survive, but Overload just had such an immense amount of pressure with the Adrenaline Rush, with the Icy Veins. They were able to completely overwhelm and just take down in one setup.
I mean, it's obviously new, so
they were just too isolated there in that position to begin with. I feel like this map selection, I mean, I don't know what they were going for, but it didn't seem that good for them. I guess it's harder to CC the car because you have to kind of push in like that. But Oscar wasn't afraid to do it. He pushed in, he managed to get the CC. And it was at a time where Teamic was already like a little bit low.
Well, the mouse wheel feels
crisp. And it was low because of the fact that they were so split there. So a bit unfortunate. I think it was the ice wall that happened before that kind of split them up a little bit like that.
I feel locked in with this
either
mouse.
way, it was
Dude,
a beautiful Mass Dispel from JT. And also in those last couple of seconds, adding in those 2 Holy Fires as well. Managed to get a little bit extra damage.
It's pretty fun.
And yeah, they're able to take the game. And that's the scary thing about RMP, right? If you're playing FMP and you're going for that late game strategy that, okay, we're going to do more damage. If my mage keeps up with their mage and my Feral Druid just does like 50% more damage than the enemy rogue, which he should, then all of a sudden we're going to have that kind of insane pressure and win the game like that. But the scary thing is in the early game, even in game number 1 that they won, it was all about the RMP, right? Getting the setups and pulling ahead in the cooldown department. So that's the way it goes.
Yep. And Forge RMP, that wasn't ever bracket game, so they're going to move on to Streamer Zone GG. Do you feel like they'll be a little bit better against them, Zico?
Can't believe PMake died, bro.
I don't know. Streamer Zone is a tricky one because they are the best jungle. So I think if you play RMP like on the top level, I think RMP probably wins that matchup. I don't know how well FMP would do into it, but yeah, I think it's going to be a tough opponent for sure. I think Forge RMP has the work cut out ahead of them, and Streamer Zone as well. They looked really good against Dear Mama, so I think that's going to be a tough one for sure.
Yeah, certainly a question that is on everyone's mind. We'll be answering that later today. It's actually after this next up series that we've got now. It's Dobob versus Echo. A little behind-the-scenes info, Ven. You guys were all kind of fighting over who gets to cast this series. Wonder why?
Wasn't me, actually.
No?
I sat back and I said, I'm not going to fight.
I got locked out, guys.
I'm happy to just accommodate Zico and Subatiz, but yeah, they were really going after it. Any comments on that one, Zico?
Well, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I didn't want to cast this. They just put me on this game, just like you. No, I'm just kidding. I wanted to. I like casting Tessia's games. Tessia is like very aggressive mage player. I love his play style, and Flappers as well. You know, I feel like the last time we saw Flappers was in like BlizzCon.
Like used to talk about his bites all the time.
Yeah, we did talk about his bites. He had huge bites, and he had huge biceps as well. So. It's like it's a good combination if you're a Feral Druid, right? And just seeing Flappers and Relza back together, you know, these two won the Spring Finals tournament together as jungle, though. So seeing them kind of teamed up once again, they have Tessia, they have Trimaz, they have a solid roster. I'm excited just to see what they can do. I feel like if there is a team that can beat Echo right now, this is probably the team that I would bet on.
Okay, Ven?
I mean, I had them as second on my power rankings. I feel like if you're making a power rankings, you literally can't not choose Echo. Like, it's just, like, that's just not, you know what I mean? Like, you're intentionally being a contrarian at that point. But Dobob, I feel like they're a very close second. And I think it's a lot of the reasons why Zico mentioned Tessia in particular. I just believe in Tessia. I believe in his playmaking abilities. He's everywhere all at once. Yeah, so I feel like if any mage is going to be able to really put it to Echo, it's going to be him, and I think he is likely going to be playing in this next game.
All right, well, that's definitely always the question. Who can beat Echo? These guys have been on top of the EU region for so long. A few have done it, many have tried, but the question is Dobob going to be the one to do it this time. We're heading into another upper bracket game up next to a break. Dobob versus Echo coming up next.
Need subway surfers on the top left so I can really enjoy this. Nice, bro. Go full brain rot. Oh, repairman's here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're in the upper bracket. It is a big one as well. It is Dobob versus Echo. Super Tease.
Yeah, and Dobob, although that might not be recognizable here as a team, they are a stacked roster as far as individual players coming together. This is kind of mixed and matched of the past. It's nice to see Flappers also kind of teaming up with Relza again, because I think they've played together in the past, and now Tessia and Relza have like formed a new duo after leaving Streamer Zone and leaving Tony and Kasu. Now there's going to be some rivalry between those teams should they meet each other in the future of these cups. But Dobob to me is looking to be the main competitor right now for Echo, even despite that name seeming maybe a little bit strange. and that's because of the players. Tessia, Trimaz, Relza, Flappers. They've got basically legendary players, and they've got the compositions available that are likely the most meta options. So Dobob, if you're cheering for like the underdog or the anti-Echo, I know a lot of people, they don't like seeing a team win over and over and over. They just eventually become the villain, right? You're the hero, and then until long enough you become the villain. Echo is kind of falling into that space at the moment for Europe. So Dobob are looking to be the next hero to try and stand up against their empire.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what these guys are capable of. You know, we've mentioned it a few times, the series that the survey that we put out to the players before heading into the weekend, so we can kind of get them to know them a little bit better. Dobob they answered a few questions. One of them being, what, you know, describe your team in 3 words. What would it be? They put Dobob, Dobob, Dobob. And then another one was, if you could have a permanent title floating over your head, what would it be? And they answered Dobob. So
okay, what's a Dobob?
I have no idea.
This is so Dobob is obviously not. Did I offend them by saying Dobob is random now? Like, obviously Dobob is very important.
Yeah, it's very important to them. So, you know, we don't know much about this team except for Dobob, and they will be Dobobbing. So we're gonna see how they do against Echo, because I mean that is always the question, Zico, is who is able to challenge themselves against Echo.
I feel like historically it has, well, at least last season, it was Relza, and especially Tessia. He was kind of that big playmaker that we saw on Streamer Zone. We saw like this legendary clip that we had here with the Ice Wall tech and the Blast Waves and the Nox, and it's just so beautiful to see kind of how they decided to play out last season with that Feral Mage Priest. And now, sure, they don't have Tony backing them up anymore, but having Flappers, who also is, you know, somebody who has won big tournaments for himself in the past, is going to be very, very intriguing to see. Relza as well, just on that Priest, always, you know, a staple when it comes to that Priest gameplay. So I feel like Tessia especially is going to be kind of a player to watch. Like, if you're a mage out there and you want to know, okay, like who should I be looking at this game, I would say Tessia. He is definitely up there when it comes to mages. So aggressive, always, you know, making big plays like that one that we just saw, and that's what it's gonna take to beat Echo, I think.
That's totally fair. Definitely a player that we highlighted quite a lot last season, and I expect him to do just as well heading into season 2. We've got the results also from chat. The prediction of Dobob versus Echo. It's 11% Dobob, 89% Echo. I don't know if you've shown the predictions just yet for the casters, but I wonder if we can. I imagine it's similar. It probably will reflect chat a little bit, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, I must have sold at least some people betting on Dobob, because it's not 100% Echo, which is usually the case, right? Some people,
yeah, it's lower than I thought I'd be, for sure.
People are going for it, so, and they're rooting for the underdog here. And Flappers is coming out of retirement, and we haven't seen him in a few years, so it's gonna be interesting to see if he can step up to the plate. And Venruki is the odd one out. He's trying to get ahead on the leaderboard. That's what he's doing with this one. It's like, this is a bold prediction. I can see his logic too, because sometimes Echo drops rounds early on, and then they figure it out later and they win it. So like, if you were gonna bet against Echo, it's probably better to bet against them early on in a season.
That is a good point. Yeah, I'm surprised also it's 3-1 and not like a 3-2 for Ben. We'll have to pick his brain for that a little bit. Yeah, it's just that's a pretty that is definitely a bold pick. Zico, you're 2-3, so you think that Dobob could get at least a couple of games here on Echo?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a 3-2 series, and I was really struggling with it. I was like,
yeah,
I could see it going 3-2 for Dobob, but I could also see it going 3-2 for Echo. So I think that just the difference.
I'm level 70 now, guys.
Is gonna be the compositions,
we made
right?
10
we're gonna
levels
see FMP,
today.
we're gonna see RMP
So far.
And I think both teams, like we just saw in that previous series, can win. So for me, it's gonna come down to kind of individual plays and just really, really minor things. So yeah, I think
guys, this is where the fun games begin.
But I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if Dobob wins it 3-2 as well.
Raikou
Let's see what happens,
was.
though. We got the comps locked in, and we are going to see FMP and RMP.
Ooh, Raikou's got that new elite set for Mage. You look like an ice elemental, red ice elemental. It's one of the coolest sets. I definitely need to finish that off on my Mage after the tournament here. Raikou getting opened on, though, by Flappers. Big bleeds, multiple stuns, Vortex pinning him. Really good opener from Flappers onto Raikou, but now he's got that barrier absorbing the hits. And Tessia is blinking around.
I want to see his
You're
gear.
kiting Waz, and that's a main advantage, is that you can just crowd control the rogue for so long. 3 sheeps into a fear, into a chastise, and I think that's what they're going to try and do in this round, is just control Waz, and that leaves Raikou open. And they've actually switched the sheep now onto Meh. Both priests are currently in polymorph, unable to heal for the time being, but Raikou making some good trades, now taking a lot of damage. Pops his greater invis. Nice snowdrift coming through for Tessia. And I feel like Tessia is the mage who likes playing that cheeky tech. He likes running snowdrift, he likes running ice wall, whereas Raikou is more conventional. He likes the Master
using
Shepherd
two-set.
for the extra versatility when he sheeps a target, and he doesn't take like the risky gameplay talents.
Yeah, we did see Raikou in the open bracket though run a lot of ice walls, but we'll see if he's running it in this game right here. And Raikou finding himself in a maim stun. And one of the big adaptations that we saw earlier was, of course, that we saw Oscar go over for that Dark Iron Dwarf and not play that Shimmer. So we'll see. Raikou currently is playing that Orc, and he is playing with that Shimmer. So we'll see if it works out for him. But right now, we got Relza put up in a CC chain. Nice fear onto Flappers. Nice blind onto Relza. And Tessia is going to be isolated there for a moment, but manages to stay alive there. Through good kiting, but still taking a lot of damage here. Full Ring of Frost secured there onto Meh, and Meh actually is going to be trinketing that one. So the first major defensive being forced here on the side of Echo. Dobob trying to pull ahead. Now Raikou looking for the polymorph, trying to fake cast the interrupts. Can he find it? The kidney shot is there. Ring of Frost secures from Raikou and Waz. Nice triple CC coming out there. The gouge into the full fear onto Flappers as they look for the ice block here on Tessia. Can they find it? Relza's out of crowd control. He's got a lot of healing to do here, and he does manage to keep him alive for now, but he gets counterspelled. Tessia, what are you going to do here? Your healer's counterspelled. Nice mind control while he's counterspelled, just using that second school, that shadow school. And once again, it's going to be Raikou now on the back foot. The Guardian Angel comes out there from Meh, and both of these teams just so evenly matched, but this has got to be the ice block. And there it is. Beautiful setup coming out there from Echo, and Raikou is running the ice wall right there. Drops it there as they do manage to get that setup and try to keep Tessia low with that ice block, but they are going to recover here with the double angels.
All right, both mages just going toe-to-toe here in the middle of the map. Nice Dragon's Breath on the shifting power. Shifting power is really important for resetting shimmers, for resetting alter time, for resetting your barrier. It gives you a lot of value. So if you can stop the shifting powers instantly,
yeah, I'm doing time walkings.
Your mage out a lot more in the matchup. Both priests just posted up defensively in the back line, avoiding this mix in the middle of the map right now between both teams. Defensive Ring of Frost can hit Waz, instantly dispelled. Ice wall around the corner. Raiku's in a great position to just avoid it. Not kind of out of character ice wall there for Tessia. It's not going to really get any value, and Raiku's actually securing more crowd control. They could get the second ice block here if they're not careful. Dragon's Breath, they pop the barrier into a blind. Still no trinket for 10. They get the barrier off. Can they manage to force a block? Rels is free. I doubt that they're going to force it here. Tessia fakes a kick, recasting Frostfire Bolt with a fear on Meh, but not able to get the polymorph.
So much damage in this
Vipers is still just tearing in with his return and debut in the AWC. He's got to face Echo, but Tessia blocking at so low. And is there a Mass Dispel? There is a Mass Dispel. It hits Tessia. He pops the barrier. Is that going to be enough? Rels is finally free, gripping Tessia back. But if they can't get a block from Raikou soon, I think that Echo are running away with this.
Yeah, I think Echo is just doing a great job so far, but Raikou now finds himself in a maim stun, but he's going to be able to recover through some healing from Meh. Still down to about half HP, but Meh has got it covered there in the healing department. Now Flapper.
Meh X, what a scary person to fight in arenas, bro.
Just a moment. Tessia now, what is he going to do to respond to his next attack? Relza has his trinket.
Sure, I'm down to queue after this.
For a long period of time. They get a full sheep there onto
Waz. The time walking set of dungeons is so annoying.
Nice stun there onto Meh as well. Raikou forced into that ice block just with a sheep onto Waz. But look at that. Here's the smoke bomb. Here's the damage. Tessia blinks in, and he is going to be taken down immediately, getting punished for that aggressive play. Beautifully done there by Echo.
Like all the dungeons are stupid dungeons.
I don't know.
That you have to, like,
they get the sheep on the Waz. They get the stun. They get the main stun on the Meh. It's looking good offensively, but then Tessia blinks in, and then he gets instantly punished with the smoke bomb there by Waz.
Nice punish here from Echo. I mean, they're looking polished as ever. I was saying, you know, usually you might be able to bet against Echo early. You know, they might not understand a match.
Wait, they already won?
Early on, they get caught off guard, because that's happened in a lot of cups, right? Hula Bang comes in, the solo shuffle players last year in Dragonflight, and they take out Echo, and they actually win a cup. And it's like, you're not expecting that. And Echo drops a couple of cups throughout that season. But this time around, you know, if Rogue Mage Priest is a strong comp, I don't know if they're going to be dropping any games here in the tournament. Flappers getting a decent amount of damage out throughout this match at least.
How much money they get if they win?
On the scene, and I'm sure there's a lot of pressure.
Well,
right?
this is not like
Elsa and Tessia left.
The way AWC works is there's 3
really
cups.
Good results year over year.
And then if you win the cups, you get like a small amount of money. But like the main thing you're doing by winning today
Tony Farrell, I've got
is getting points. And then the teams with like the most points
switch over to this roster with me.
in 3 weeks will go into like the actual tournament.
We
right?
saw it right there.
And
Flappers
then
actually
if
did
you
a really
win
good
that,
set there. They got a sheep
which
onto
is the
Waz,
grand
got
final
the main
prize.
stand there, and they forced the ice block.
I
But then
don't know
Tessia
what
got
it
a
is,
little
but
greedy,
it's
wanted to push in and try to find
like
more
60,000
CC
maybe?
there. And Waz just instantly pulled the trigger, just cheap shot, smoke bomb, boom. So yeah,
you know,
a bit of.
There's a lot of people, you know, that are like praying for the downfall of Echo, and I feel like there's something on the player interviews that might make you want them to lose even more.
Yeah,
when we asked them what titles they would want floating above their head if they could IRL, like WoW, Raikou chose God. He chose God as his title.
Raikou
so
chose
you
God?
can tell there's some confidence there. So yeah,
What the fuck? That's kind of weird.
that is a bold title. God Raikou.
Yeah. What did Mercy say? Overlord.
I kind of don't fuck with that.
They're just
Meh.
all...
Star Caller. Matt just wants to like join NASA.
Yeah,
here.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
That's a little... Waz is cat dad. It's such
Cat
a polar
dad.
opposite, dude. Cat dad versus
We got God and we got Cat
Yeah, I
Dad.
do. That's why it kind of is
perfect.
weird.
I
The
wonder who
roommates
has
duo.
the ego on the team. Is it
only
Waz?
one
Is it
guy.
Raikou? Who's the big ego on the team? We're going to have to find out.
And all
Getting
glory
some
be-
insight on their roster here for the rest of the series. But yeah, RMP looking good as ever from them. Just a clean game. Like in other esports, you would almost consider this like close to a clean sweep at some points. I guess they did get this ice block right before the end at least. So not completely getting stamped out as far as no blocks in this round. But then we've seen matchups like this take like 10 plus minutes, and this one's not even getting to 5-minute mark. So you can tell that Echo came to play.
Absolutely.
A bit weird, but
And you know it's funny because
It's just a showmanship
referencing those
thing, I think.
those interviews that we asked them,
Plus Raiku's always
they
been
said
like that.
they think their team has gotten worse compared to last season, and that's because they haven't, due to age, playing less and a long break. So we'll see. Obviously, they picked up Mercy as well on the bench, so they kind of have to incorporate that new player. We saw the same thing happen with when they got Lontar. We saw the same thing happen, to any team really who picks up a new player like that. Yeah, they've been playing a little bit less and just enjoying their break. But I don't know, man, if I agree with that. I feel like they don't look worse. They looked pretty solid in that last game. Was keeping up the damage with a mage as a rogue, and just the setups are looking crispy. They're landing everything. Defensively, they don't have to use anything. I feel like they're looking as on point as ever here on the side of Echo.
Yep. Cat Dad was keeping Flappers in control on the cat right there. He's definitely got experience with cats, I guess. So he's not letting him scratch the walls or do anything or have any fun. He's just perfectly contained here in this series. Up 1 point. Dobob are going to small map. So they really want to make sure the Feral Druid can get a lot of pressure out, likely. I would imagine this type of situation. It just seems like it's so tough to take Raikou down. Like Raikou is
Ooh, big
balancing,
weapon upgrade
maxing
there.
his damage, while also avoiding all of the important moments, so he's not, panicking his healers, overlapping cooldowns. He just seems almost bulletproof. So I'm starting to lean into why he may have chosen the title God, at least when it comes to Mage at this time a point in time, because Echo looked like a machine, even though they say they don't. They say they've gotten worse. Maybe they're just trying to be a little bit humble. It's a weird balance of humble and then titled God on their interview, but I think they're looking insane. Like that was a really good game. They have complete control of it. So it's up to Dobob to try and create some chaos and make things happen here.
It's interesting that Dobob selected Hook Point when in the previous FMP RMP matchup that we just saw with Overload, after they lost game 1, they selected Hook Point. So I feel like RMP likes this map And we'll see what they decide to do here, because it's going to be tough for Relza to stay out of crowd control. And as I say that, he gets caught up in the cheap shot into the full ring of frost there. I think they overlapped it though with a blind Meh. Also getting caught up in a full sheep here. And Raikou is going to be the one who's taking the brunt of that exchange. Nice ice wall coming out here from Tessia. They could push for the ice block. Look at Flappers looking for the Cyclone Meh though with the fade. The Raikou 1% HP right there, but he manages to hold on. Complete ice in his veins, and now looking for the polymorph there onto Relza. There's a kidney shot. He's trying to fake cast the interrupts. He gets Dragon's Breath on it. He gets counterspelled. Nice shot down there from Tessia, shutting down the attempt. And once again, it's going to be Dobob in the opener here, who are looking a little bit better in terms of offense, but we'll see if they can actually land any crowd control. There's the stun into the full sheep. So they're playing much more aggressive here with that FMP. Meh is going to trinket it.
Oh, that's a very early trinket from Meh in this position. Tessia now on the back foot, trying to get back to Relza's line of sight. Waz is chasing him down. Grapple over. Did Relza fade some crowd control there? Bit uncertain. He's polymorphing the Rogue during the cheap shot. I think it's good here. Get control of the Rogue. Booping him away from the Mage as well. Raikou is getting pressure. He's getting punished for pushing in, but if he manages to secure a polymorph, it could be devastating for Tessia. They crack right through the overpowered barrier, and Relza has to trinket, but he's into another stun. Mez in position. He gets the Psychic Scream. Tessia could have to block in the near future. He's got a Dragon's Breath on the Rogue, containing him for now, but now Raikou turns it around with the double Dragon's Breath of his own. Tessia displaces back. He gets away from Waz with the Blizzard snaring him here in the midfield, preventing him from immediately reconnecting. That was really good navigation and kiting by Tessia, but a blink counter spell from Raikou as he is really turning up the aggression here in game 2.
Yeah, beautiful. Look at Meh. Runs into the Ring of Frost there and just Shadow Word deaths himself just to break that and put himself onto diminishing returns. But he gets caught up in a nice cyclone there by Flappers, realizing that Meh is a little bit out of position from that play. But here comes the blind. There's the Ring of Frost. Chastise onto Flappers. Tessia is isolated. Ice block will be forced on Tessia there. So now down a major defensive. Raikou is looking for that ice wall too. Look at Relza. He's still not out of the woods just yet. Had to trade out his Will of the Forsaken to get out of that CC chain right there. Meh, meanwhile, in angel form, spamming out the heals. Raikou with the power infusion actually gets spell stolen and then spell steals it back from Tessia. It's a bit of a war here between the mages trying to spell steal that one, and it's going to be Raikou actually who manages to keep the pressure, but at the same time Meh in a full Ring of Frost. He's got no trinket. Raikou into the ice block here. Tessia trinketing out of the kidney shot, gets the resheep here as Waz is looking to get aggressive. They CC the ice block, but now Raikou gets aggressive. They kick after the cast here, and now Raikou has that premonition. Big damage coming out there onto Tessia there as well, and both teams just so back and forth. Raikou down to half HP here, trying to stay away. Meh comes in with the Void Shift, manages to stay alive and keep Raikou in the fight here, but now they're up one ice block. Tessia's got nothing left. Relza's trinket is the last line of defense on the side of Dobob.
Oh, Raikou got away and got a shifting power behind the pillar. That's really good for him here. Apotheosis up. Mez recovers. They're up one ice block, but Relza has life swap. So in my mind, they're pretty neck and neck at the moment. Waz also has no trinket. They could make a swap, but they're going Raikou with the maim stun. He gets stunned away by Meh at the moment, but Raikou is still rotting. That is a lot of pressure on Raikou. Overpowered barrier. He gets feared on his blink. He can't sheep right away. They cut through the overpowered barrier, and now Meh is trying to pick him back up slowly but surely. Relza in a good position to avoid crowd control there, far off in the distance, while Tessia is trying to ramp. He's getting control of Waz. Polymorph looking to ice wall the dispel. Gets counterspell, but now he can sheep 3 times. Maybe he was baiting the counterspell on Frost there.
These matches are like so
he
fast.
Spam polymorph and get Waz off of his back for a second, and he's got Icy Veins active at the moment, so he could possibly get some big crits. His main Veins is coming up in about 17 seconds, but Raikou's comes up in 2 seconds, and that could be lights out. Relza needs to get ready. As soon as Raikou is in counterspell, he's probably going to shove his Veins Comet Storm, but he actually gets maimed. Nice maim, but Tessia is still just dying to Waz. He drops down a wall. Line of sight in Meh from Raikou, but Tessia is on his last legs right now. Relza save him in time. He gets a big heal, another big heal, pulling him back from the brink, and now Icy Veins is up for Tessia. He needs some big crits right now. He's got a time warp proc. He's got to, but he's falling behind. They life swap. They have to gun down Raikou and Master Spell the block. I think if they want to win here, they have the Master Spell from Relza. He's not even going for it. It's such immense pressure from both teams at this moment.
Yeah, both healers now in angel form. No one with any cooldowns left. How are they going to be able to navigate through this situation? Meh has no trinket. Actually, has rotated back up, so Meh has a defensive cooldown in his back pocket. Meh, though, gets caught up in the sheep. He deaths it, though, but Raikou could die in the DR sheep. He pushes in and gets a counter sheep there onto Relza. Relza has no way out. They have the follow-up fear. He's got Will of the Forsaken for it, though. Instead, they're going to just fear Flappers. Big damage coming out there onto Relza. Waz is a little bit too late there with the smoke bomb, and Tessia manages to get a shifting power, gets the ring Ring of Frost there down on the ground. No cooldowns left here on either side, really, in terms of mages at least. Raikou dropping very, very low here. Can they do it? Flappers is pushing for the win. Can they take him down? Meh is still out of crowd control, though, at that pillar with defensive positioning. They knock him away from Meh.
Oh my god, Raikou's in so much trouble, bro.
Comes out here for Raikou, spamming out the spell steals. Raikou down to 20% HP. Tessia in a full kidney shot. He gets gripped back by Relza. Relza finds the fear onto Meh, forcing out the Will of the Forsaken. Still 20 seconds left on Relza's trinket. Still a long time left on these ice blocks. The next setup could be the one that decides the game.
He polys was his trinket, then he switches it over to Meh. That was an insane play from Tessia. They're so close to killing Raikou. Are Dobob going to become the God Slayers? They don't get the kill. Tessia's now on the back foot. He's interrupted. Raikou is desperately trying to get a mass poly fake there to blink around the corner, but he has to blink back. He knocks Flappers into the corner. They're playing full defense on the side of Echo. And what are they trying to stall for? They've got Mez trinket at least, but so does Relza. It's a scary moment with no ice blocks. One big crit could be lights out. Ice wall comes down. And dude, they have done it. They have done it. The god is dead. Dobob show that they can make him bleed here in game number 2.
Wow, what an insane game here. This was so back and forth. I feel like comparatively to the last FMP RMP series that we saw, this one feels way different. I feel like the RMP versus FMP that we saw was way more kind of defensive. Just the FMP being very, very defensive, not really going for a lot of aggressive setups, just trying to win on the damage. But here we see constantly Tessia's blinking in. He's looking for sheeps. He's looking for crowd control. They're looking for openings, and they managed to find them. And really, really nice plays coming out here. They're here to try to isolate Raikou with that ice wall. Not able to find it, but they still keep looking for it, right? As soon as Raikou pushes in to get aggressive once again, they get the kidney shot onto Tessia. They look for the ice wall, then immediately sheep onto Waz, stun onto Raikou. Ice wall comes through, and that is enough time there for the game to be decided. And I mean, look at Max cooldown. He had nothing really. Sure, he had his trinket, but he had no void shift. He had no guardian. He had no big heal to really combo with that. So Raikou was in a really bad spot there due to, you know, what happened earlier. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Tessia's got his icy veins just a split second before Raikou, and they still have Relza's trinket. They still have a little bit of cooldowns to work with that Guardian Angel, and they're rotating 2 ice blocks back. I feel like when we've seen this matchup play out, it's almost better to be the mage that gets his block forced early, because you usually get it back. Meanwhile, if you just hold your block the whole game, but then you have to pop it like 3 minutes into the match, 4 minutes into the match, it's very unlikely that you're going to get another one. So Dobob, good defensive cooldown management, but also just really good setups, actually landing multiple sheeps onto Meh, getting multiple crowd control chains, and just finding windows of opportunity like that.
My first game was just a warm-up. First game. Coming into second game, putting a point on the board against Echo, which is already a feat in itself, let alone taking a series here. We're going to Ashamane's Fall, and it's kind of flipped. Yeah, the RMP is preferring the big maps.
Dude, I'm in a level 80
group. That we saw,
where they wanted
the small maps, and maybe it's a playstyle difference. Maybe Dobob, they're more aggressive. They want to be playing to win, whereas Swapsy is kind of known for playing more safe, right? Just do damage, don't die. That's his trademark. When we interviewed him years ago. So maybe that's the logic for the map selection for Swapsy's team versus Dobob's team. Dobob is just gas pedal down. Let's bite some people. Flappers with the biggest bites in the AWC is looking to try and make a name for himself again as he's returning to the competitive scene, rejoining with Relza, and now picking up Tessia and Trimaz as some additional members of the team here. And do you think there's at all a chance of a comp swap? Because in the past, you know, sometimes like a Warlock comp, maybe in this type of matchup, might not be too bad.
You mean from Echo side?
Yeah, from Echo side.
We did see some mage lock in open bracket.
Yo, Fingal was good, man.
Really highly doubt it. I think that we're just gonna see these two same comps. Both of these teams are gonna stick to it no matter what. I don't think anyone is swapping anyone in. And I talked to Waz about this matchup. You know, during the open bracket.
I'm living great, brother. Leveling a warrior right now.
And he told me that. Yeah.
Just trying to get every class.
This is a matchup that really can go either way.
I'm watching the AWC.
I think the exact thing that he said was.
And I just got a new
Feral
mouse.
will just always outdamage a rogue. There's no way a rogue can ever keep up with a Feral on damage. So it just comes down to rogue getting more setups, enabling his team more, versus the Feral Druid, you know, just having kind of more potent setups in a way because you have more damage during that moment. And also,
yes, sir.
if the game goes really, really late, you should have a damage advantage on the side of the FMP. So It is a matchup that can go either way, and I feel like the team that really set FMP on the map last season was Tessia and Tony. So having Tessia now with Flappers, who is just another massive feral in the EU region, this is the team.
How about you, brother?
If someone's gonna beat Echo tonight,
You gonna play
it's
WoW
these
pretty
guys.
soon or what?
I think we're all kind of leaning into it, and Vinruki probably more than anybody else, right? With the predictions, he's the only one that's locked in, and apparently 11% of the chat as well. So there, you guys are all taking a big gamble here, but I think it is true. I think Dobob, I think with Tessia leveling up his abilities last season and rivaling Raikou on that mage, Relza has been a phenomenal priest for, it feels like eons at this point. So, and Flapper's coming back and doing a great job, coming off of a little bit of a break before coming back to the AWC. So they're looking like a very strong roster on the Feral Mage Priest here in game number 2. They're all warmed up after that game 1, completely demolishing Raikou there in those final seconds with that ice wall. And let's see how Echo will adapt. They brought it to a large map, so if they want to extend this game, they're going to have the space to do so.
Yeah, and just nice to see Flappers back. He's got big shoes to fill in terms of Tony, but he is somebody who has been, competing on the biggest stages together with Relza. So it's just nice to see that duo back. But we'll see what they can do here in the opener. We got another setup coming out here. Relza looking for the fear. Did Meh actually dodge that fear? Yeah, he did. Meh actually dodging that fear there. Beautifully done. Ice wall coming out. He grips. Man, Meh is a beast. He goes into angel form, avoids the fear, then he grips Raikou right before the ice wall lands, just nullifying it. He's already making huge plays as soon as the game starts, but he does get caught up in a cyclone. They get the full sheep there into a full fear onto Relza.
Is it hollowed out where all the holes are?
But he's going to have to check out of that one. And already
a new thing that
there
Mouse,
as well, not doing
mainly
too much
Final
work
Mouse.
there
I think
for
other companies are
Waz,
copying it
as we
too,
see
but
Tessia manages to get out of
it's
that
like
one.
to make
So
the mouse
so
lighter.
far, a lot of offensive cooldowns being popped here, but not a lot of defense
Because
force.
you're
But as I say
removing
that, they get a DR Ring of
unnecessary
Frost
parts
into a
of-
full cyclone here. Raikou could be in some hot water here. If they have any kind of follow-up damage, Raikou
Yeah.
dropping very low.
So you can
but
see, like, the
Meh, once again,
stuff
is going to be
inside
able
of
to
it.
deflect the attack, and now here comes Echo.
Yeah, kidney
Dude, it
shot.
feels
Raikou gets cloned. He can't sheep off the kidney
it
shot.
feels
Flappers is
so
doing
buttered,
so good
bro.
here. They blind instead. Tessia is backing him up. They're snaring Waz. He can't get over there. Raikou can't get in. That was really good defense to protect Relza from Raikou. Now Relza's getting aggressive. Chastise into a full fear. Will the Forsaken available, and Meh is not trading it. This might be a block if he doesn't. He trades it late. He barely connects the heal in time. As Raikou pops the barrier, Tessia blinks in, looking for a double snowdrift. He gets the double stun. They really want this block, and
Mass
they're going to
poly.
get it. Insane play from Tessia into a double ring. It's just double right here, man, from
That was
Tessia.
sick.
Everything's a double. I'm seeing double.
That was absolutely sick. He got the double drift, double DB,
Wait, did they
double
win?
mass sheep, double ring combo right there. Tessia making huge plays. Now Raikou looking for his own mass poly there, but he's going to get stopped once again by Flappers. Now looking for the sheep here. Lorenzo line of sights it. He knows that he wants to connect it.
Yeah,
but look
we
at
can hear he's
Tessia once
playing
again
out of his mind.
deflecting the
I haven't
situation,
been able to
knocking
see it.
Raikou away from his
Too busy
priest,
fucking
making sure
level
that
of
if he wants to get there,
He's
he has to
cranking.
spend
He's a
that
goat.
blink
He's
there.
one of the mage
And now he
goats,
fake
man.
casts the counter spell, and he gets a full sheep. Raikou, what are you going to do in this position? Nice altered time right there, Tessia.
So
also
Thesia's
dropping
goating
kind of
out.
low, and now Raikou, the god, coming back in, finding a sheep of his own. Tessia could have to
All
use
that
his
to
ice
still
block
just have
there.
to block.
The killing spree from Waz will secure it. Both of these mages playing out of their minds. There's the ice wall coming out from Raikou, and now he is going to be taking the brunt of that exchange. Matt in angel form manages to recover. Raikou, Tessia should be able to recover here as well with Relza in angel form. Both of these teams very, very closely matched here. This could be anyone's game, Sid.
Oh, Tessia taking a huge hit here. Do they have a kidney shot for Relza? Waz gets cloned by Flapper, stalling it for a moment, but Waz is still going forward. There's Cheap Shot, sets up Raikou. He blinks in. Is he going to get it? Cheap Shot on Flappers. He trinkets and interrupts him. So as the third DPS, when you're not the target, you can use your medallion to break a CC chain, but they continue it anyways. Into the blind, into the ring. Oh, another clone from Flappers, just buying any second that he can to reduce damage on Tessia here, but Raikou gets another polymorph with the ring. Tessia on the back foot. Is he on hypothermia right now? It's a little bit uncertain. He's got icy veins rolling. He's trying to ramp up, but he gets put into a gouge, and Waz is shutting that icy veins down really effectively here, now interrupting him, but here comes the Meteor Comet combo as Raikou is forced to get gripped back to the pillar, but Flappers is in pursuit. They're unrelenting. It's all out aggression from Dobob right now to get that second block.
Nice to get the full sheep though onto Relza. They're looking to try to reverse the pressure back onto Tessia. He's caught up in the cheap shot. Chastise coming out there onto Flatbush. Tessia is dropping quite low here. Beautiful healing coming out though from Relza. He didn't have enough follow-up there to actually push for that second ice block from Tessia. Ice wall though being casted. There's the stun. Big damage connecting here onto Raikou, but Matt manages to duck around the corner and keep Raikou alive in that exchange. Beautifully done there by Matt. Now a bash stun onto Matt, but Tessia not going to be able to find the crowd control there, as Raikou did manage to snipe that counter spell. Now Raikou sniping a sheep onto Relza behind the corner. What is he going to do here? Tessia, how are you going to stay alive on this one? He polymorphs Waz there, and he manages to stay alive.
Not too
manages to duck around the corner. Frozen orb comes
just
out.
Mainly
they're going
like
after Flappers. Flappers gets gripped back to safety. Meanwhile, Raikou almost going down in that exchange. I can't believe there's an ice block there. Just complete faith there that Meh will save the day. Meanwhile, Waz also taking a tremendous amount of damage, but he does have the Cloak of Shadows there. Waz could get stunned if he overextends here. He could get stunned behind the pillar. There's the stun. They're going after Waz. They knock him out of line of sight. They are going to go for the kill here, but Meh cancels the angel form. He manages to keep Waz alive. Nice cloak, nice evasion there from Waz. That was a beautiful play there coming out from Flappers. Now a counter play coming out here from Echo, getting that kidney shot and the ice wall there, but Relza manages to deflect the situation. Both of these teams looking for opportunities now onto the melee. Waz is a very exposed target. If he continues to push in too hard like that, he's got no trinket, he's got no personal defensives. He could be a juicy target. Raikou gets interrupted there on the sheep, but he manages to find the Ring of Frost. Tessia could be in trouble here, Sid.
Yeah, Flappers looking for a clone. Relza gets knocked away in the sheep.
Oh yeah, here it tells.
Isn't a clone. I feel like Flappers clones have been so good. Every time they get CC on Relza and he can't heal, Flappers clone somebody. Here comes another ice wall. He's trying to get in line inside of Raikou. He pops down some barriers. Big heal comes through, but now he's chastised. Tessia, return fire. Big damage out from Waz. Huge heal comes in from Relza as he uses his medallion to break crowd control. But now Met is into another polymorph. Raikou's getting chomped. And Flappers, man, these bites are as big as they used to be so many years ago when he was competing. And he's tearing Echo to pieces right now. Both players critically low. And he swaps back to Raikou with a skull bash. But Meh gets an emergency recovery. He tops the team, buying them another opportunity to push it on Tessia. And they could mass dispel his ice block and still win the game off of that pretty rapidly if Tessia is not careful.
Yeah, they need to be very careful here. There's still no cooldowns left now on Raikou for a couple of seconds. No ice block. That could be it.
Dude,
and that is going
they're
to be
dying, bro. They're losing. How?
No, Bob. They are taking the lead in the series. They took Raikou down. It was like 10, 15 seconds left on that cold snap.
Stop dying,
so
bro.
Have an ice block there. It was that perfect moment to find the window of opportunity there. And Flappers, once again, just manages to do so much damage in these situations. And this time around, also Tessia keeping up, actually was a little bit ahead, I think, on damage. Yeah, he was actually slightly ahead of Raikou. So with the Feral Druid, you just have so much damage and you're still landing the crowd controls. I gotta say, though, Tessia in this match played absolutely insane. He landed so much crowd control. He just played such a beautiful matchup here. But we can see exactly what happened here towards the last couple of moments here. Waz even dropped a smoke bomb at the very, very end.
Hey, he's still got one more game, I think.
But Tessia fake casts the interrupt. He lands the interrupt onto Raikou. Then they snipe the Cyclone here onto Meh. And then they connect onto Raikou. No cooldowns available. And look at Waz. He drops the gouge onto Tessia and the smoke bomb as well. Just to try to keep him. But yeah, he already had the Comet Storm in the air when the gouge connected, and the Comet Storm is just a huge amount of damage when you're just isolated like that, plus Flappers, you know. So that's all it takes, really. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Wait, is this replay thing new, by the way? The thing in the corner
with the goblin little text?
Yeah,
is that a text package? Like, what is that? How does it? Does that asset exist in the game?
Yo, Zio, appreciate it, brother.
In the game, and you got that from there. Is that custom made? Is that like Goblin engineering on the production side here with the little replay pop-up? I like that. Okay, so Raikou comes to this tournament, wants the title God IRL, and Dobob are becoming the God Slayers right now. They only need to win one more game to send Echo to the lower bracket, and some of Echo's biggest competition throughout history is in the lower bracket also. So I don't know if it's actually going to happen, but is it like, could Echo possibly be out of the tournament on day number 1? Because I feel like Dobob are just on point right now.
Dobob is looking, dude. This is such an interesting series because we're seeing the exact same thing that we saw earlier, but all the maps that the FMP was picking in the previous series, the RMP is picking. So it's very interesting to see. You know, we saw a hook point getting selected by the FMP and them winning on that versus in the previous years, we saw the RMP pick that and win on that. And now we're seeing Tiger's Peak
Getting the
locked
PvP
in,
gear slowly
and
but
that
surely.
was locked in game
Nice,
number
man.
5 by the FMP of Forged RMP. And now we're seeing Echo pick Tiger's Peak here on match point. So it's very interesting to see kind of what the teams are doing and how they utilize the maps. I feel like it just comes down to your own personal strategy and just like your team's own personal preference. And it just seems like a really even matchup that both of these comps can win. And it is nice to see the amount of aggression coming out from Dobob too. Like, I mean, if you're on Swapsy's team right now, you're like, huh? Yeah, we didn't.
How do we
didn't
replicate that?
Yeah. E-Make, is there any chance you can just do what Tessia's doing right here? Just out damage.
That's literally such a true mage thing. Anyone you play with,
like, all of these
if they know who
crazy CC
Tessia is,
chains, just land double ring,
they'll be
double
like,
mass
bro, why are
volleys,
you not
double snowdrift,
Tessia
and just be
1v9ing?
in their face way more. And P-Make's like, Swaps, is there any way you can
like, my
just
bad,
shot
bro.
the enemy mage like that? Like Flappers is doing. So it's they're probably taking some lessons from what Dobob is doing here, because they're also up against Echo, right? I would say most people agree that Echo is the best RMP. So being able to produce these kind of results into Echo is very
No, you don't need to
impressive,
upgrade
especially with
Conquest gear.
Flappers first,
thankfully.
AWC back, and as long as I can
The upgrade is for
Yeah, I
PvE.
mean, we had TJ Farrell and Tony, I want to say, with a couple of other ones possibly, but I feel like those were the two main culprits for trying to vie for the #1 Farrell spot in Europe. And now Flappers just comes out of retirement and is looking to take out Echo and take that throne for Europe as Europe's best Farrell possibly in the region. And it's such a stylistic difference between Dobob and Overload. It's just Dobob is just setup based, all out aggression, make efficient trades, get in, get it done. Whereas I feel like Overload and Swapsy's team is much more defense, like survive, out damage them, and attrition. And right now aggression is beating attrition.
Oh, 100%. It seems like if you can utilize that Feral Druid damage when you have CC and you can consistently land the CC, it just seems so good. Like the rogue damage is kind of scary when you have adrenaline rush, when you have your killing spree, when you have like your cooldowns pop. But it's way more about enabling the mage and setting up the mage burst. Whereas for Dobob, they have that mage burst, but they also have the Feral Druid.
Yeah, just Conquest and Buddy Token gear, yep.
It's going to be interesting to see.
And then you
here.
can craft
I
pieces
wanna-
too to get your embellishment.
I want to know what year it was that Relza and Flappers actually won the spring finals. I want to say it was like 2017. They won that huge tournament together. So these guys, you know, they've been playing together for a long time, but it was in 2018 even. But yeah, they have, you know, a lot of synergy from back then, but Flappers kind of been hiding a little bit in the sandbox. But we'll see him coming out now and just making it look good. Meanwhile, Tessia, though, is taking a lot of damage here in this opener so far. No trinkets have been popped, just personal defensives. Elza, though, caught up in a full polymorph. This could be potential here to use some defensive cooldowns. Ice wall coming out.
Yeah, you just go to that.
Beautiful isolation. And they're going to force the ice block there with that opener.
Oh, this is
Nicely
cool
done here
against
by
Summer.
Echo. Now swapping over to Flappers as well.
That's
Tessia
why I
looking for the mass
recorded my
poly.
add-on guy.
Not able to find it there. Matt ducks around the corner. Triple fear coming out. Nice sheep on the Will of Forsake. Oh, he deft, though. So he will deft. And he dodged that resheep at least, but still a lot of crowd control coming out. Raikou on 1%. And just as Echo is getting compliments on their opener, Dobob strikes back.
I was going to say, Raikou is parsing, like he's doubling everyone's damage, but he actually loses the first ice block of the game on match point. That's going to put a lot of pressure to get some ice blocks from Tessia as well. Will Echo match aggression with aggression? We see Waz grappling over. Cheap shot swap onto Flappers. Big swap onto Feraldr, and he is going to flop. We're
Raikou is
renaming them
pumping.
floppers here in game
He's
number
dead.
4. We're going to game 5. They came back hard on that. They did not expect Flappers to explode like that.
Yeah, what is going on? I feel like these guys are just every game that goes, it like everyone is playing even more aggressive. It's like each game.
I
is
think
like
I should
10%
have
more
one, yeah.
aggressive,
It's like how you
10% more
gear in the
aggressive,
War Within
10%
or
more
something on my
damage.
YouTube.
And this time around,
be
it's
like
Echo winning in under 2
6 or
minutes.
7 videos
this
back
is, you
or
know,
something, maybe.
it just goes to show as well how well some of these teams have been playing, right? Because we have seen this matchup
That
go
game
to
was insane.
50% dampening, but we've also seen it
Raikou
just end in under
was
2
pumping,
minutes.
dude.
And that is just if you
That's
make
all
one
I'm seeing.
mistake, if you under-respond to one trade.
It's
if
funny,
you're playing a
Finkel.
little bit too aggressive, if you find yourself out of position.
They were saying like they did interviews with the players, and they were like, if you could have a title over your head IRL, right? Like, what would you pick? Raikou said God. What's his first name? Why am I getting Julian vibes? Or no, it's Andreas. Of course he would pick that title. So humble, yeah. Raikou the humble mage. Why am I on a bird? Yeah, he's Frostfire. Oh, they're just picking the new map. Arcane spec, nice. Man, having haste on Warrior actually feels insane. My favorite at the moment is Frost Mage, 100%. The res is 1780 by 1080. Full frost? I don't know what you mean by that. Full frost. Oh, well, yeah, you're playing Frostfire. That's the only viable hero talent tree right now. You can't even play, like, what is full frost? You have to play a hero talent tree, so you'd have to play Frostfire or Spell Slinger. No, you're good, bro. If you have questions, I mean, feel free to ask them. Why am I so slow? No sound on the arena games? Are you sure about that? Guys, can you hear it?
They are going to be able to
Oh wait, I
shut
did
it
mute
down
for a
now.
second to talk.
This is
my bad.
repositioning, but Tessia's taking so much damage. He gets a polymorph on Med. They Cyclone Waz. Excellent setup on Raikou. Can they get a block? Chastise around the corner.
Sorry
They
about
blink
that,
on
boys.
top of him. They're really trying to force it. They get Mez
low
and
energy day
Galleon,
for me.
but now Tessia has
Not
a smoke bomb. Relza is using Sanctify to heal through it, but it doesn't heal for a lot. As Tessia displaces out of the bomb, Relza can pick him up. Now Raiku's pushing towards him, knocks Tessia off the side. And this is where things can get hectic, is when you start getting knocked off that top platform. It can take a while to get back up into the middle. They're switching to flappers. Killing spree coming through, but Waz gets polymorphed. Ice Wall comes down. Line of sighting half of the map away from Raikou, but Relza gets counterspelled.
Ross is just the most versatile.
For Tessia. He pops out his barrier. He's going on top of Mei. Still just getting aggressive. Another polymorph with no trinket with a fear on the rogue. This is an excellent setup. They just need
does a lot of damage,
right now.
has really good survivability, and has a lot of pace, so CCing is easier.
More crowd control on Meh. He's in a bash. Relza's now in a polymorph. They're turning it around, and Tessia has to block. Master Spell gets interrupted by Flappers, and they're so evenly matched in Game 5.
Yeah, so far both mages down an ice block, both healers down a trinket. Who is going to fall first? Flappers looking for the Cyclone. He finds it onto Meh. They drop a Ring of Frost out of the Cyclone. Is that going to connect? They get the Void Shift in time. Meh has to will off the Forsaken. Goes into Angel form. Goes for the big heals on the right. He can just fall to the damage of Flappers. They're pushing for the win. Can they take down Echo?
Oh, that
in the
greed was
first
crazy on Raikou.
broadcast here in the AWC. Raiku's going to hold on. Tessia's looking for the counter, looking for the sheep.
It looked like he had to block so much right there.
Sheep. Meh knows if he goes for that fear, he's gonna get counter CC'd. He gets stunned. Relza, he could do it. Can they do it? If they get the master spell here,
that
they
shit
might
still
just
has
end
a
the
block,
game.
bro.
They get the full cyclone. They're shutting down the master spell. Beautifully done. But meanwhile, Tessia dropping dangerously low here as well. Doesn't want to use that ice block for no reason here, with Relza being out of crowd control, and they are gonna be able to hold on. But things are looking absolutely chaotic here on the Cage of Carnage.
Oh, Goblin engineering right here, creating chaos in the arena as well in the AWC. The best team in Europe for such a long period of time.
What is Raikou doing down there, bro?
They name themselves the gods. Is Dobob about to slay them? They are so close. They're really far ahead. One clean setup and they win this game. But Raikou is disrupting them, knocking them off the side. He gets interrupted on his polymorph. Here comes the Comet Storm. Raikou gets a Frost Nova. Relza dispels. He's trying to Shadow Death this polymorph. He fears it. Mez into a Cyclone. Big opportunity into a polymorph. Can they finish it? Raiku's still aggressive. He has to get. Oh, he gets gripped right before the wall. Could have sealed his fate right there in Game 5. Met with ice in his veins, keeping Raikou alive.
Yeah, that was a beautiful grip right there. But now Relza caught up in a full blind here. Tessia, what is he going to do? Waz is all over him. Killing spree connects here. Nice kick there on the polymorph as well. He's looking for the Snowdrift. He Novas Waz, but Waz is just going to be able to walk away from that Snowdrift, shutting it down. Nice Ring of Frost defensively there onto Waz. Meh knows he needs to stay away here from the crowd control. He doesn't have too much to work with. Raikou caught up in the stun. He's going to be able to get away from that one. All the time connects Flappers in a Dragon's Breath. Raikou looking for the polymorph. Nice fake cast there. Gets the precognition. Looking for the follow-up here onto Relza. Gets a full sheep here onto Relza, but look at Tessia moving in aggressively, finds the Dragon's Breath, finds the full sheep. This could be it. Mech Trinket's out there to save Raikou from one more setup.
Angel?
All right, Relza has Angel, but there's a wall down. Master Spell, he's going to Angel and then Master Spell so he can't be interrupted by a cancel wall kick or something like that. He's seen that play before, but Mez out of Angel form. He's into the rake stun. Flappers is going for the kill. It's Vate! They've done it!
No,
guys. Take it! 3-2. The gods bleed down to the lower bracket.
Dang.
The Cage of Carnage is the counter for Echo. They've been holding on to this map in their back pocket, and they made it work. They made it look so good, and this is exactly what you need to do. If you want to take down the team that is number one in our power rankings, this is what it takes. You need to have an unconventional composition, and you need to make it work. You need to find the unconventional map
FMP is an unconventional
look at Flapper's
composition.
damage here. We got Tessia and Raikou basically tied on the mages, but Flapper, man, this guy is doing so much work. Just 200 mil damage, basically doubling Waz's damage. That is going to be the difference maker. Tessia finding the CC there at the end as well.
Only goats play that
Dragon's
shit.
Breath sheeps, finding the snow drifts, finding the blast waves, just really using the map. You can see it right there, the Dragon's Breath sheep onto Mac connects. They get the trinket from Mac with that one, and then there's the angel forms coming out for both healers here. Relza's going to activate his there in a second, and you can see at this point, as soon as Mac comes out of this one, Raiku's going to be in big trouble. They're all pushing in. There's the stun coming out. There's the snow drift as well. They're just all dogpiling onto Raikou, and he's got nowhere to go from this pain train that is Flappers.
Oh my god, dude. Okay. Flappers is looking to take that title for best feral in Europe as he just comes back in his first tournament debut, reunited with Relza.
Win Karn.
Been able to win championships in the past.
Haven't heard that in a minute.
A decade ago, I feel like, since we've really seen Flappers to any significance. So to have him come back and play at this level and pull off the impossible that only Venruki and 11% of the chat apparently saw as a possible outcome on the first day of the season has been epic. This is a legendary moment here that you've all got to witness, and now this means that Echo are a shark. They're a shark in that lower bracket. They already beat Streamer Zone 3-0, but Streamer Zone went 3-0 against another RMP, and it seems like they're getting more comfortable with the matchup, and they're just going to get more and more comfortable with the matchup. Also, Swapsy's team in this lower bracket could be a menace for them, given that they've got the Feral Mage composition.
Ella,
and I'm
it's
sure
funny.
that they watched this and saw, like, okay, we need to be aggressive, guys.
They
push
asked
the gas pedal
each
down. We
player
gotta
on
get
that
some crowd
team,
control.
like,
we got to get some big bites.
what would you
and we
have
gotta
as a
close the
title
game off here? But this is
if
an
you,
epic return for Flappers.
if you like wanted a title IRL?
Definitely. I mean, he wanted to make an impression
Raikou
as
said
he came
God,
back
bro.
into AWC for the first time in quite a while, and he definitely did that today.
I just find that
Echo, they are
funny.
down in that lower bracket. This team, Dobob, just
And it's
committed
a little bit of
chaos
an
on the
inside joke
entire
with Ella.
bracket for the EU region. We can take a look at that in just a sec, but I mean, the sky is the limit for this team, but you guys kind of already mentioned it a little bit already. Echo is a team, Zico, that is so good at adapting.
Gonna go hit the gym. Hopefully I can
If
catch a
somebody
stream.
finds out a way to beat them, they
hold
come
on,
back
make sure my
the second
concentration
time
is
and just
looking
immediately
good
180
here.
that situation. Do you think Dobob is going to be able to handle that?
That's just next level.
I
True.
think there's more room in the cage. I think yeah,
I'm gonna go hit
as
the
long as
gym,
they
Egg.
lock
Hopefully I
it
can catch
in,
you when I get
think
back
they-
to Shield
I
streaming.
mean,
I almost
like
said
we
fucking
said-
decided
like I
not to
said
go. I
at
thought
the
to myself,
beginning
what
of
would
the
Egg
series,
do?
I think
That's
this is
true,
gonna be
bro.
a 3-2
I never want to
either
go,
way.
and
I
I go
can
every
see
day.
both teams
You got
taking
to.
it. It
You
just
gotta. You
depends
gotta
on how it plays
do that
out.
for yourself.
And
Super important.
This time around, it was Dobob coming out ahead. I feel like Tessia's aggressive playstyle has been
Dude,
so
Mac,
good
every
to
time
watch.
Aya comes on
And we saw it,
stream, you say
time
some
and time
gooner
again.
shit, bro.
Now he's backed up by Flappers.
You got
Flappers
chills.
and Relza, I mean, these guys have won big tournaments, international
Got
tournaments
chills.
together before. So it's really cool to see those guys back
Some
at it
post-nut
again.
clarity.
And it's got to feel really good as well for Flappers and Relza
Yeah, I know.
to join forces again and just
You gonna be on for a
instantly
bit?
start delivering these
I-
results. So I think
no,
they got
probably
a lot
not
of
too much
momentum
longer.
and they got some
Maybe
time
not, I
as
don't
well
know.
to keep sharpening their skills. I think they could be the team to beat here. Dobob.
Why don't you
they might not even get
AWC?
a rematch because look at that
It's
lower
too
bracket.
much,
I mean,
like-
you got Forged RMP, you got Shibaku, you got Streamer Zone.
It's too
These are
much,
also all big names down there that Echo's
It's
gonna
too hard
battle
on me
through
to do
even,
that, to play
get a
AWC.
potential rematch.
I don't think you like being called floppers very much, Sid. He's like, hold my drink. Give me 1
He
second.
he comes back
Yeah.
in a vengeance. Like, yeah,
Like, I'll
you
show you
fooled me
floppers.
once, shame on me, but I'm gonna just absolutely
I don't
destroy
like the
them in this
lifestyle
next game
and
double their
routine that
damage.
comes with playing in
do, the,
AWC.
do the entire team of Echo combined in one
Exactly.
game. Okay.
He's gonna remember that. All right. Well, we've got to look at the bracket right now and
peace
how
out,
it
Finkel.
is
What are you hitting
shaping
today?
up for the rest of today, and also a little bit for Championship Sunday as well. And it's shaping up to be very exciting
Ooh.
indeed. We've got Forged
Nice, bro.
RMP versus Streamer Zone GG coming up next in an elimination series, and then the last series of the day is Echo versus Chibaku Tensei. We've seen this before. Chibaku Tensei about half the roster that they were last time we saw this, though. So definitely curious to see how they're going to be doing facing off against Echo once again. But we're going to go to a break.
Where's
It's
my
Forged
gear?
RMP and Streamer Zone. Before we do that, though, we have another game ready to
Take
go.
care.
Are you
All
guys
right,
ready
you
for
too, man.
this?
Peace.
This is the hard one. This is
You
the
think it's
hard
the-
one. This is the
Actually,
one where
yeah,
we
I
look
agree.
dumb, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we're about to look a little
This is the one
stupid.
where Flappers gets to come up with a name for us, I'm pretty sure.
There you go. Yeah, we'll get him on the desk and play with us. But King of the Jumble is what we're going to be calling it. And we're going to take some words and scramble them up.
What is it?
and,
Unscramble the
production
jumbled
is gonna
words and
challenge
find
us
the
to
connection
see
between
if
them.
we can unscramble them.
That
So
sounds
chat,
fun.
play along with us, and let's take a look at the words.
Ice block middle.
Okay.
True.
That's an easy one.
Okay, Sid. You go ahead and do one then.
They have a theme also
they have
as
a
a
theme,
reminder.
so
So
ma-
abilities.
Alter time is the bottom one.
Oh, all
Ooh.
the time.
Oh, nice. Yeah, all the time. Okay, and the top one is.
I'm so bad at this.
I want to say
It's got an F.
when I'm reading
Brilef.
No.
Brilef. That's a huge cooldown. Brilef.
What the fuck is that one?
I'm trying to think here, guys. You guys are sidetracking me
Yeah,
here.
I need to
Sorry.
distract you. Don't figure it out. Don't figure it out.
Life grip. No.
Oh, ooh.
That would have been good. Could be life
What
something.
the fuck
There's
is that
G,
ability?
There's no G.
Life.
There's no G. It's gotta be a mage spell.
Life.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think? Oh, yeah.
Freezing. Frail. Blizzard? No, there's an F.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Oh,
don't
that
know.
one is tough.
Lee. Ooh. What mage abilities have L in them?
And B.
Yeah, I don't know.
B is easier, like Blizzard, but it's not Blizzard. So like what L? Alter, Blink. It can't be Blink.
Is it wait?
Could it be a talent?
Is
Could
it
be two
Fireball?
words too, right?
Good.
Fire.
Fire.
Because
Yeah,
look
it's
at
Fireball.
Bach
Fireball,
Light.
it's Fireball,
If
yeah.
that's ice block.
Oh.
Fireball.
It's an ability we
Fireball.
don't see ever, so it's hard to remember.
Nice.
Oh yeah,
It's an
fireball.
ability no one uses.
They have Frost Firebolt now. They don't. What's Fireball?
Hey,
Alert item.
hey, we didn't look stupid.
I
Yo.
did. You guys figured that out. I just sat here confused.
Oh, that was a team effort. Come on,
I'm
Aya, you
bad
did
at this. I'm just here for emotional support on this one. All right. Well, maybe I can redeem myself for the next one.
It's actually crazy I didn't get a
but,
single one of
Thanks
those.
for playing along with us, chat. We've got more games coming up, as well as more AWC games coming up as well. We're gonna head
Considering
to
I'm a
a
mage.
break. We're gonna come to more gameplay coming up next. So stick around after this break. We'll be right back.
Warrior brain. I'm just a warrior now. That's a pretty fun rotation, I won't lie. You guys didn't get him either though, right? The music reminds me of a Prince of Egypt. It's like it's supposed to be like goblin music, I think. Yeah, Warrior Shadow Priest and 2s is like what the highest rated warrior is playing. Yep, 100%. Sometimes when you straight face agree with my stupidity, it's the funniest thing in the world. You can't out dry my humor. This music is, yeah, it kind of is. Feels a little Egyptian. FMP, RMP. I'm happy that on EU we're not just getting like Ellie Demon Hunter, Ellie Warrior. Like that's what we have to watch. That was BFA. I would know because that's what I played in BFA. That shit sucked. That shit was fun, bro. But yeah, no, it was dumb. You could be the worst Demon Hunter in 2s and you could just run into healer the whole game and stun him into Mana Rift. And like, that was good enough. That's all you had to do.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now in the lower bracket. If you're just now tuning in, you missed a huge series. Dobob ended up beating Echo, sending them down to the lower bracket. Now we are back with Forged RMP versus Streamer Zone GG. Then first off, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that last series because you predicted Dobob to win that one. You were the only one amongst us.
It's Tessia, I told you. It's just, it is what it is. I said we had to look at him. We had to watch out for the plays. We were kind of talking about it on the break, actually, and it's like, just Tessia is one of those players where the aggressive favor, or when the meta favors aggression and making plays, he's just able to set up his team in so many ways. And I feel like being backed up by not only Flappers, but also Relza, they're a really strong team. So I was giving them the edge there, and I'm glad it paid off.
Okay, all right, well, that's fair since you're doing probably the best amongst us in terms of predictions. Ven, what is your prediction for this series?
I went with Streamer Zone.
I don't know.
I really feel like Streamer Zone, their mage slaying abilities are going to pay off in a lot of these series. The only team that kind of barely pulled ahead of them in a series was Echo, and they're really good. Like Echo surviving, Raikou playing defensive with Meh, and also Waz playing defense. They're one of the best teams.
I do not. I don't know anything about them really.
And I feel like a lesser team, they might really struggle here into this marksmanship hunter.
Okay, all right. Ven, Zico, they are the same. Let's see if...
I mean, I don't know the guy.
Yeah, we're really
he's a good mage. I don't have like an urge to learn about him.
I think... Oh no. Oh no.
Sometimes it pays off.
Yeah, maybe.
Don't second guess yourself.
I'm not. I won't. I will not. I'm holding strong. I think they could do it. You know, I know they're. I'm going purely based off of comps with this one. To be fair with you, you know, I know Streamer Zone GG. They're incapable of incredible things, but I'll stay true to my prediction here. So let us know in chat who you think is going to win this one. But I think it's going to be difficult either way. We've seen some really close matchups here, but it seems like Sid, you at least think it's going to be 2-3. So pretty close series nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Swapsy will play Feral. I think like Feral Mage could be disruptive.
Oh, we see Swapsy P-Make again?
He's really good at shutting down the Hunter. But I
what
feel
does
like
Streamer
Swapsy's
Zone
team
play?
is a team
Jungle?
that's really focused around defense, survivability also. They've got that
I was
expertise,
just following this
which is what
tank
you
and he doesn't
need
even
against
know
a
where he's going.
marksmanship hunter is kind of more of a dampening play style, so I think it's going to likely be a lot better for them. So that's why I think they could take some games, but I'm kind of on this side of the fence with Ven, where like, I don't know, man. Casu and Tony are really synergized.
Oh, it's Casu and Tony.
Pew pew.
QQ.
Oh, pew pew. I'm looking for those 5 million aim shots. Yeah.
I was like, QQ. What are we crying about? That just started yet. All right, well, here we go. It is Forged RMP versus Streamer Zone GG. First match of this elimination series.
Okay, Rogue is just sitting in the back room, doesn't want to get flared, so he's just playing really safe. They're not going to get sapped. Is Tony going to find... They're right next to each other. Oh my god, the Rogue's behind him. Oh, he doesn't see him. Volley around the corner. Is he running the pew-pews through the pillar? I don't think he is. I kind of think he should. That could have been an insane opener if he was able to get an aim shot through the
I don't understand why marksmanship hunters would never play
Casu gets shut down, though, in the opener.
the thing where you can shoot people through walls.
It's
literally so broken.
But now that P-Make's in the middle of the map, it might be a good opportunity to pull the trigger with that. Looking for a few aim shots here. Rapid fire is coming in. Immediately, P-Make's just going to be going back to the pillar. Tony pushing in, playing a little bit unafraid right now. And it looks like he will get Dragon's Breath. Potential stun to follow it up. Acro trying to get there, but he gets caught into a stun. Great job by Casu, really slowing down their offense. The Gouge comes in. Acro moves over. Good setup. Smoke bomb. Do they have the damage to follow it up? P-Make is there, but it seems like there just really isn't much damage to follow it up. A really nice Aurora sacrifice by Casu slows down any critical strikes. And now it's going to be up to Streamer Zone to play aggressive.
Oh, aim shot. Does he get another one here? Is he loaded? Rapid fire. Not really a lot of damage. And P-Make and Takara, they are just hugging each other on the pillar as a duo to line of sight this hunter. And I think that's exactly what you need to do in this matchup.
Well, I think they also changed that.
Trying to expose someone in a bad position. Let the Rogue kind of be the front line.
I don't think you could actually shoot people
and
through
engaging. You see a Vortex on the Priest. This is a bit different here from Tony. Trying to Vortex him for a MAME clone, for a MAME trap, it looks like. P-Make blinks over to try and eat it, but he can't get there in time. He pops his barrier, and that barrier actually redirects damage back to the attacker, so it can actually be dangerous to attack into it, but they break through it, they force the card,
as Frost, you get the small barrier, that's fire, so
it's going
you
to crack P-Make here. Nice disengage out of the Comet Storm by Casu, repositioning. P-Make blinks through his aim shot, gets a polymorph. Casu's
doesn't
now out of
Frostbomb
crowd
on
control. No,
H
now
stun?
into a cheap shot. Polymorph swapped over to Lynette. Dakar is getting in position for a Psychic Scream on his Trinket or out of it. There's a Psychic Scream. He needs to will immediately. And he will, as he gets a big heal here and stabilizes the team.
No, PMake. Rapid fire as an aim shots. They are a scary place to be. PMake does not want to be in the middle of the map, but they're making a swap. They're going after Tony. Good crowd control coming out, getting polymorphs there onto Casu, and PMake just not overstaying his welcome. He's going to be rotating back to the pillar as quickly as possible. We did see Streamer Zone make rogue swaps, so that could be something that we see in the future. Casu forced into the aspect of the turtle, but I think switching around the targets, especially if Acro is going to be using things like Vanish offensively, could really mix things up and create some openings for their team. But Casu is in some trouble right now. About 50% health, finally landing a full trap, but Casu and Tony are just not able to connect at the same time. PMake doing a really good job here, kind of navigating this fight.
Let's see what they can get done here. PMake holding out in the back line. Now kicked. He's still just line of sighting really well. I think that's the name of the game in this matchup is the mage, is knowing when to be in the middle and when to be out of line of sight. And if you pick the wrong time and the wrong moment, you just die. Wall comes down. It's line of sight in Lynette. Oh my god, that was a crazy wall. We got the trinket though from Lynette. He doesn't panic. And now we see PMake's back on the pillar, avoiding Casu. Actually, I don't know if I agree about that grip. Gripping PMake back in line of sight of Casu. If he gets an aim shot here, I guess Acro is there. He's just going to kidney shot the aim shot. And really just anytime aim shot's about to go off, he's going to gouge him, cheap shot him, disarm him right before it goes off. Now he's cheap shot, big pressure. And Forged RMP, I would say, look amazing right now. They're so close to a kill. Big heal comes through from Lynette once again. But now he doesn't have Medallion. Casu doesn't have Turtle. And it's just going to get more intimidating. It just seems like they can't get their footing. You see aim shot here. Actually, big swap on the Rogue. Massive swap right there. They punish him. They get his trinket. They get his cloak. He panics. Acro is out.
Yeah, Acro is out of there really quickly. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever, but they're making a play. PMake at the same time in the middle of the map. Casu really creating a lot of pressure for his team. He gets out of the smoke bomb. Nicely done. Tony and Casu, they just have to connect on the same target. Casu needs to live a little bit longer. Really dangerous situation. Can he survive 1 second on the...
How is he... Oh my god.
Right at the finish line. Lynette is unable to get off the void shift. A great push there by Forge, but I get that feeling like if they were able to get off that void shift, they were in a really good spot. So Forge RMP doing a great job pulling off that win, but that was a close game.
Were they really in that good of a spot? I mean, I need to see this on the replay. I feel like they just...
Well, the Rogue was in danger a little bit at least.
But he's kind of like, I mean, like, that's if he's like, he's got trinket and cooldowns, he's going to basically not care where he is in the map. But after he doesn't, I think he'll be a bit more careful about where he's maneuvering. So I don't know if I think the Rogue is really in like too much trouble in this matchup, because they didn't get a block the whole game. So I don't know if I would agree, but look how close this is. PMake fakes an interrupt. That was crucial because it gets the polymorph connected, which then chains into the blind. And then he just can't swap, and he's 1 second away. Tony's trying to off heal. Look at these regrowths. He's just regrowth. Please don't die. This is 1 second.
With a nice lance.
Not enough.
Yeah. Let's take a look. Maybe was it close? Let's see. All right. So Lynette, he's got the void shift. Trinket's coming up in about 40 seconds. Casu uses the feigned death. What are we looking at here? Acro has no cooldowns. Was there any openings? Dakar has no trinket. I mean, I don't think they were that far off a potential win. Maybe it's you know, a little hopium. Me hoping on the situation, but
copium.
Yeah. All right. I honestly, I think the best thing of this game for me was just PMake. I think PMake had a really good game. It's not easy to navigate that kind of pressure on you.
Did you see him move into the bomb here so he doesn't get aim shot or anything? Like that little micro precision on positioning. If we manage to watch this again, I swear that was insane. Realizing like, hey, I might get skull bash. I'm gonna go in this bomb so you can't skull bash me, and get a frostfire bolt off. Right in that
epic plays.
Final seconds of calculation. I think PMake is playing a very impressive game here. He understands the matchup, and he's kind of the new kid around the block. You know, I think one of the youngest players at least in the tournament right now, and he's picked up by like Big Brother Swapsy, Big Brother Acro, who have been competing for so long at this point, right? So this is a fused roster of old school legends with new blood, and it's cool to see that, because I feel like it's not often you see that. Usually it's kind of like a clique, you know, the players have been playing for a really long time, they keep playing with each other. So these guys are bringing in new blood and seeing if that can kind of mix things up in the competition for them.
This is really interesting. I didn't realize. I knew PMake was kind of newer to the scene, but he actually started playing WoW in 2020. I mean, that's pretty recent. Most people have been playing WoW for a really long time. He picked it up in 2020, first started competing in 2022, and now he's on a roster with Swapsy. Playing with Takara, Acro, Swapsy, and you know, they're making a deep run in this tournament so far. It's a scary place to be in the lower bracket, but I feel like
kind of
for
an
this Cup
insane
1,
story.
this is a great place for this team to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good fusion of just like quick young reflexes and like ability to adapt to change versus like experience and that type of deal from more the older players on the roster. So this is definitely a very interesting team as far as that's concerned. We're not seeing any composition changes. We're going to a large map, so Streamer Zone can kite the rogue, I think, a little more effectively. They can see when the rogue's grappling over, engaging in crowd control. They can also pull the rogue and swap to the rogue. But Forged RMP, they seem to understand this matchup really well. They've got great positioning throughout the game. PMake's not compromising his positioning during points where he shouldn't. No blocks, right, against a Marksmanship Hunter. Beating a Marksmanship Hunter and having both your blocks at the end, I think is like a pretty good statement of your ability at Mage.
Feat of strength.
Yeah.
Especially because, I mean, the game it wasn't like a super short game. But I think his positioning was just good. Like, for me, one of the big issues in this game was the fact that Tony and Casu never really connected at the same time. It just felt like Acro with his peels, the stuns, the gouges, the dismantles, and then PMake with his positioning just did a really good job to make it difficult for Streamer Zone to really have that super punchy connection at the same time. So that's one thing I want to see them do a little bit more in this game if they can. But yeah, Forged RMP, specifically PMake, I think just had a really good game.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going here against... I mean, Streamer Zone also are bringing on some new players as well. Both these teams, the veterans, maybe not as new, I think, for the side of Streamer Zone, or as young, but definitely, Limps is on the younger side too, only 22 years old. I feel like that's young in WoW years, Like, I feel most of us are late 20s or mid 30s. So to me, that's a pretty young player. So both sides are bringing in new blood to experienced players as well, side by side, and competing in a fusion like that, which is really cool to see. And now let's see how this one's going to go. They're positioned behind the pillar, spamming some AoE with Blizzard, trying to find the Hunter or the Feral. It's such a big map. It's going to be really tough. But Acro is actually right on that wall next to Casu, and they could meet each other. Casu's just scanning the outside perimeter of the map, and Tony's moving in towards the left. Double rake stun volley around the corner. And is he playing shoot around the corner? It doesn't look like he is. Rapid fire. He's spreading that across with the trick shots. And I really just wanted him to play it. I swear, we saw Seat, the Goblito Hunter, in the open bracket. We gave him one of the top 5 plays. He was playing that talent so he could shoot around corners. I swear, this type of situation, it could be really good for Casu.
Cheap shots going out onto Casu right now. Good push. Lynette actually in a full blind, so just extending the chain. Lynette gets polymorphed, greedy, stun into blind into polymorph. He's just going to sit it all. But that's going to be the survival instincts, the roar of sacrifice, the exhilaration. Casu makes some massive trades, so his healer doesn't have to, and we'll see if it pays off. Casu getting really low, big heal connecting. PMake in the middle of the map. He needs to get to a pillar, which is what we saw in the last game. This is the dangerous spot to be. Big Comet Storm Meteor coming in. PMake just shimmering around the middle of the map, but Casu coming with the rapid fire. Here comes the aim shot. Those can crit huge. PMake trying to shimmer through, but Casu turns his character. It's just a little bit of a mini game here. Try to slow down the aim shots if you can. Finally, one connects, but PMake easily shrugs it off.
Turtle very early from Casu here. Lynette's in a full polymorph, and PMake's dropping an ice wall. Oh, this could be dangerous for Casu. He's trying to just get... Oh, there's a gap in the wall, and Casu is able to escape behind the pillar. Tony's intercepting PMake with stuns and looking for cyclones. Trying to get the counter spell, I think, from PMake here, but he's really not finding it, so he's just going to get bleeds going up onto PMake. Set him up for Casu for a big aim shot. He's running around the corner, rapid fire. PMake blinks in the middle of the map. He's trying to set up a go. Casu's dismantled. He can't counter aggress. PMake's looking for polys. Is he going to find it here? Does he get death? He's trying to fake shatter a death. Lynette line of sight sit. Tony actually gets polymorphed. Caught out of form here for a moment. Freezing trap on the priest, though, and PMake is immediately retreating away from the Hunter. But he's going down, and it really only takes one good connection from a Hunter to be able to close this game out. They survive, and PMake gets aggressive again. Full polymorph on Lynette. Casu with no turtle. He's standing on the poly to try and break crowd control with area of effect damage, but they're not finding the threshold to be able to break that chain. They do at least survive, but maybe not to the full kidney shot. Comet Storm is coming in. They soak some of the meteor damage, at least, by being stacked, and they managed to actually get through that. It was a polymorph and a blind, basically using next to nothing to survive it.
I love this. As soon as the diminishing returns are done, PMake's just out of there. Look at him across the map. He gets the polymorphs, the stuns, everything he can. Gets the cooldowns, makes the trades, and then he's just not in a position where he's actually going to take any damage. Smoke bomb comes down. Casu gets caught. Oh, no! He gets destroyed. A beautiful setup
trinket.
there
Fuck.
by Forged, pulling away, forcing him into the open, and going for a massive setup in that
Shit.
smoke bomb. Now, it looked like he had trinket, so I'm wondering how he actually got stuck there in that smoke bomb, because I think he actually had his trinket up. I don't know if it was just like underutilization of defenses, but I want to see that again.
I think they just panicked. I mean, he probably would have got cheap shot on his trinket. I think he had Angel Divine him too, but maybe he was worried it wouldn't be enough healing to get through the bomb. I feel like there were a couple options there. They just weren't anticipating it. And then that second of hesitation when they were trying to figure out what the move should be is where Forged RMP was able to close out the game when we do ultimately get the replay here. And it just looks like Forged RMP are like a completely different level of RMP than we saw in the first round of the bracket, because Streamer Zone was able to take that series pretty convincingly. But Forged RMP, they're a different animal. They fully understand the limitations of the matchup. They're not feeding them any opportunities, and it looks really tough for Streamer Zone to be able to get through this. And you know, it's like going to be a top 6 finish if Streamer Zone are out here with only 3 cups. You know, at that point, like, what are your aims going to be? Obviously, things could change. If there are class changes, maybe the meta shifts a little bit more in your favor. But it seems like right now, if you've got this type of playstyle on Rogue Mage Priest against them, I don't know how you get through it.
Yeah, Forge is looking really good. So this is what I was talking about. This is right after the setup. P-Make's just behind the pillar. Casu has to move forward. They want to get the damage. Let's see how they set this up exactly. Casu does have his trinket. So he's got trinket and survival instincts, and they just go for it.
Tell you
This
what
is
the
the
top
icy
heals are for
veins.
threes.
Casu gets gouged.
Ardred
Smoke bomb.
and
Cheap shot comes
Holy
in,
Priests.
and Lynette tried to get there to save him, but it was just too much damage. It could easily be one of those things where Lynette's like, I'm going to shift you. Like, I got the void shift. And just a miscommunication. They, you know, under appreciated how much damage was going to come, but that icy veins is just absolutely horrifying. And also adrenaline rushes up right now. So this is basically the entire offensive arsenal here by Forged RMP. And that's another one of those things I was talking about earlier. It's the gouge into the smoke bomb just makes that setup so clean. So I really like what Acro did there. Any of you guys are up and coming rogues, I think that's a play you definitely got to be looking for here to just really solidify that Cassie's not going to be getting out of the bomb before you drop it.
P-Make's also getting these clutch polymorphs on Tony. Like, whenever Tony's trying to
Poly.
clone, he literally polys him.
Yeah,
he got this twice.
Yeah.
Like, you don't really see a Pharaoh get polyed.
That's insane, yeah.
He's actually catching him multiple times. Instead of counterspelling the clone, he literally just casts sheep faster than clone and sheeps him on his clone
he
cast.
pre-sheeps him. He knows. So basically, P-Make has a read. Like, he's going to go for a cyclone on this attempt. So he literally reads his mind and pre-sheeps it. Like, watch. I think yeah.
It's insane. He literally he wasn't out of caster. He was in cat. He blinked around the corner knowing he was going to start a clone and sheeped his clone before even Tony knew he was going to clone.
The young Finnish mage.
I'm telling you,
Finland,
there is something about age. There's a little bit, like, when you're young, you got like these. Look at this is insane. He's literally reading Tony's mind.
That's
like,
just game sense. That has nothing to do with age.
So I'm gonna start a sheep.
Age is more
before
mechanical.
I'm even around the pillar, and I'm gonna sheep him on his clone cast.
I guess, like, you
and then
could
we're gonna
say
gouge
the
the hunter
younger
so he
you are,
can't
the
get
faster
away.
you compress
And we're
your
just gonna
keybind, but
global him.
That was nice. That's going. Oh, I mean, if there's a top 5 video, that's probably this play is going.
Like, what?
Spoiler alert.
It was crazy right there.
So what does that mean? They're up 2-0, right?
yeah, it's literally just game sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're up to 2-0. Okay, dude. I mean, Raiku's got the title of self-proclaimed god, but there are a lot of mages in this tournament that are wild mages. Like, I think I can see why. Like, there's a lot of the mage priest in this region. It's just, mage is obviously strong, but like these mages are also insane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
People
There's
won't let
no
it go.
doubt about that. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
honestly,
I
maybe
mean,
one of
I've
those
told,
classes
like-
where, you know, if you really do commit
said
to
it a
it,
couple times
chances are
myself,
you're going
but
to be
yeah.
in a pretty good spot for tournaments.
Do you agree, Aegis, with what?
But yeah, P-Make obviously been putting in a lot of effort, a lot of work.
A lot of good mages. EU has
finding out, solo shuffle as
a
well.
lot of
I swear, a lot of these
mage
up and coming
mains.
players, like how
And
much
they're
time
all
and effort
really,
they put
really
into
good.
solo shuffle really like helps them practice.
Maro,
And I think that's one thing that
Tessia,
solo shuffle is good for. It's a good
Raikou,
resource for people to
P-Make
just get
now is on
reps
that
in.
list.
Game after game after game, you can
There
just
was, like,
practice your
Alec there
class,
for a
rotating your
while,
defenses,
Galu
setting
Baba.
up offensive kills, and putting it all together in these games. I love that P-Make has such a solid team because I feel like last season he was also a really good player, but finally on a roster that really lets him shine.
Right, MVP P-Make, dude. Streamer Zone just came off a 3-0 against an RMP, and they're absolutely destroying at the moment. We're going to Empyrean Domain, really big map with small pillars for that marksmanship hunter to guarantee that Casu can get some aim shots, because that's all it's going to come down. He has to connect aim shots. And if he can, they can definitely decimate a mage. Tony and Acro are pretty close to each other, but they don't see. I think Tony's going to double rake stun, volley, rapid fire cleave. That's been their opener the past couple of games. Look at that pressure. But Dakar was ready for the hit. He recovers P-Make, wraps around the corner. Casu's moving in. Now Acro is engaging.
Do you think
shot,
the best
double
person
blink,
is at mage that
polymorph
doesn't
connects.
play anymore?
Casu takes a huge hit. Meteor comes in through the Roar Sacrifice. He feigned death as well for some more damage reduction, but there's a full blind Trinket Angel right off the rip. I think this is a great start for Forged RMP, getting the Priest Medallion out of the way.
Yeah, nicely done there. Really aggressive plays. We got to give a big highlight to Dakara too. I mean, he just started competing this year, and I feel like he's been such good backup for his team, having a phenomenal series so far. Casu in some trouble. Cheap shots going out onto Lynette. Acro really setting up his team here with the stuns. P-Make looking for a polymorph. Can he find it? He fakes out the death. Can he find it? He gets the full polymorph. Goes through everything, the interrupts, the Shadow Word Death, everything he can. And now it's going to be Casu in trouble. Do they have follow-up crowd control? Another polymorph lands into a DR kidney shot. And finally, that crowd control will subside, and Casu will finally start getting some heals here, recover his health. Tony at the same time getting swapped to a great push here. And Forged is just looking better and better every single game that goes by.
All right, nice moves here, nice plays. Let's see what Casu can get done. He's just dismantled. Oh, he got Frost Nova on his disengage by P-Make mid-air. He can't escape. They silence the mage, but Casu's just dying. It's so much pressure. Lynette grips him, but he grips him to a double Dragon's Breath. P-Make does get bashed by Tony, stalling their assault, but Acro's there for a kidney shot. He might still get the poly. He gets stunned again by Tony. Tony's doing a good job protecting Lynette here. And now they're going to double fear. There's the freezing trap, but it's on diminishing return from the scatter. Big aim shot. He has to connect.
I go grab
this.
a Pepsi
Oh, he
Zero?
blinked through it, I think. Maybe not. It looks like he took a bit of the damage at least there. Rapid fire around the corner. He's line of sighting, looking for a pre-poly on the clone, it looks like, again, onto Tony. He's not going to find it. And he's back behind the pillar. Another Comet Storm. Nice feigned death from Casu. That's a really good timing during the Comet Storm to reduce all of its damage. They catch P making a stun, but he pre-barriers the stun here. So they can't do any damage. So it's a really nice ice barrier from P-Make. Now P-Make's moving into the midfield. He wants to get aggressive. They're getting on top of Lynette. Lynette sees it coming, but the polymorph lands regardless, and P-Make is just making play after play, and he fakes the kick. He gets another poly. They go for the blind. They get the trinket. He DBs the trinket. He walls him off on the trinket, and Casu is getting destroyed. That's going to be a turtle force there, and P-Make can just flip like a switch, flip on a dime, and immediately get major cooldowns from his opponents.
Yeah, really good job.
It's over.
Yeah, this maybe Lynette going with the Divine Hymn. I think Casu should be able to hold on to this one, but really not too many defensive cooldowns left. Streamer Zone tournament life on the line right now. They're trying to make a play. Casu moving forward with the rapid fire, but this is really dangerous for the side of Streamer Zone. This is their last chance. If they don't win this, they are out of this cup number one. Forge RMP really pushing the pace of this match, but a full trap lands onto Takara. P-Make finally in a little trouble. They haven't forced a single ice block yet. Can they get it in this game? Not yet, but Casu with the rapid fires, it is looking convincing. Big bursts of damage. Once again, the overpowered barrier allows P-Make to just shrug off that attack
you the other day.
and continue fighting.
Completely.
All right, can they get a block? Imagine being a mage against a Martian Hunter. You don't have to block the entire series. This is
got you
be
next
a
time,
crazy impressive series for P-Make in his debut on this roster.
I was tired
with
as hell.
legendary names like Swapsy. Maybe I just jinxed him. All right, they are going to get a block. First block of the series here from Streamer Zone. And they've actually rotated into a decent spot where Casu still has a trinket. There's no smoke bomb. P-Make might just die. It's massive damage for Casu. Acro needs to get there quick. Another aim shot is coming. Can P-Make avoid it? He polymorphs it, but now he skullbats the kidney shot the hunter. But Tony jumps over to stun the healer. They have to grip Casu away. He can't trap. But now Tony is left behind, but he fakes the kick. Nice fake there, and he cyclones the mage. Aim shot on the rogue. Casu looking to line up. P-Make's playing in the back line. Tony's just taking some hits at the moment. Maybe they swap back to him. They're holding both players at half health.
Liquid.
Pre-wall from Casu here on the blind.
1 to 2 rounds.
Damage. It's
Wait,
nice
was it
move
1
from
or
Casu.
2? That's a big
Still got another one. Goes for an aim shot. Feign death. Trying to pull back so that P-Make has to come deeper here and away from the pillar so he can get more aim shots off. Counterspell on the
If you
cyclone.
were 1 round off
So now
top 8,
Lynette
that
doesn't have to worry about it. Here's another Comet Storm. Looks like Lynette's ready for it. Flash heals. He disengages over, looking for a trap. Stun around the corner. Full trap. No trinket. Big opportunity for Streamer Zone right here. Can they kill him? Second block. Massive spell. Lynette's not going for it. Acro vanished to try and kick him from stealth, I think, with a grappling hook there. So Lynette did not cast and open up his school. And they keep P-Make alive. And this is the best Streamer Zone have looked in the series. And possibly very close to getting a kill now.
Oh, P-Make's in trouble. He goes for the altar time. Dakar grips him back to the pillar. Dragon's about to enter a full Ring of Frost here. Gives P-Make just a moment to breathe. He goes for the shifting power, but Tony's going to be able to break that. Full kitty shot now, and Tony. Ice Wall drops down. He's completely isolated. He goes into bear form. He pre-bear formed the stun, and that was probably the only reason why he's going to survive that setup. Great read there by Tony to survive. Now make the push. P-Make in the middle of the map. This is a dangerous spot to be as a mage against Tony and Kasu. I mean, definitely questionable choices here for P-Make, but he is unafraid in this match despite having no ice block.
You can start the cast and then blink.
Game, and I feel like
and the priest,
either one of these
like
teams can win this at this point.
They don't have to be in your line already.
Right Kasu has all his cooldowns.
That's
what they're doing. They're swapping Tony. They're cracking him behind the pillar. Massive swap on Tony. He barely survives. Literally here as he's in bear form with survival instincts up, and he makes it through. Oh my god, I thought that was it. They found the one-shot wonder there to be able to just close the series out, because really you don't want to keep giving streamers more opportunities to learn the matchup. You just want to close this out, move on to Championship Sunday, and get out of here, because these aim shots are still threatening possible lethal as Kasu disengages around the corner. He gets pet Nova mid-disengage. It's crazy. He's consistently doing that. He's just Novaing every single disengage. He's got crazy reaction times on that mage. He pre-barriers the stun on this here as well. In this position. He just knows exactly what they're going to do before they even know what they're going to do. But an aim shot around the corner could be scary. He blinks through the aim shot to avoid getting hit by it. Now Tony charges over, but then he displaces back to the pillar. Tony fakes a kick. Nice clones from Tony.
It doesn't go through.
Akra's going to evasion right away. He just wants to tank damage, stay on target, keep pressure going, because Tony's really the only target at the moment. He's back into bear form. Rapid fire around the side. Not enough damage to drop P-Make. Tony's going to jump out of the fight. Catch Acro behind the pillar. Acro trinkets to go for the win. There's the polymorph. It's match point for Streamer Zone. Can they close it out? P-Make is there, but Tony is on the run. Cutting it out, trying to get combo points for a stun, but forced back into a bear. Lynette just can't play. He's finally able to connect the Guardian Spirit, but he's almost out of mana. Another combo.
Bro, you guys can see. Did you guys see that on my screen down here?
Try and recover, but an ice wall on the angel form separates the Master Spell hits.
Tried to grip
they
me
have
off the
healing
edge,
to
and
deal with the damage. It's so much pressure onto Kasu now. He gets dismantled. He has no trinket. Lynette's in a stun. 0 mana on match point. And the stress doesn't get higher than this for Streamer Zone to close out the game. They have to kill P-Make, I think, here and now. Can they finish P-Make? He's in the middle of the map. He pops the barriers. He's redirecting damage. Tony's getting left behind. He gets kicked on his clone. Acro's going for the kill on Tony. And if you're Lynette, man, he's got Apotheosis for a couple more seconds of healing. But after that, it's basically nothing.
This Void Shift, he really has to make the Void Shift count. He wants to make sure he's topped on health and throwing a Renew on himself so we can get a full HP bar on the swap. Tony, though, getting caught in a cheap shot. There comes the Void Shift. That is the last line of defense, and I am very afraid for Streamer Zone right now. Forge RMP, they are making the push. Tony is on the back foot. Lynette has no mana left whatsoever, and this could easily be GG. Tony down to 10% health. He gets the Cyclone, but he trinkets out. Tony continuing to just do what he can to survive. The Guardian Spirit connects. He gets the Cyclone, and somehow, some way, they're turning this around on P-Make.
He used Adaptive Swarm to boost his healing on himself. He rebuffed to get more versatility. He's trying to just drag any single damage reduction that he can towards himself so that they can close the game out. Because every time they're attacking Tony, Kasu's been left open. And if he can connect a couple aim shots, it could be game over. Here comes a big hit, but a massive swap on Lynette. And Forged RMP drop him so quickly there. And they are looking like a real threatening team. P-Make, the new blood to the tournament scene, is really making teams work here. I don't know. He is so consistent with these micro plays where he's getting these tiny advantages that maybe a lot of other players don't try and maximize. It's really making the difference.
Oh, it definitely does. And I mean, just one thing to kind of highlight that P-Make is doing in these games is like, it's very easy as a mage to just be afraid of hunters. Like, oh no, I'm being, rapid fire or aim shot. I'm getting one shot, and all you do is run away. But you can also do what P-Make's doing, which is like, you use a shimmer offensively to go through them. Play on their face. They're going to cast an aim shot, you blast wave it. They're going to cast an aim shot, you dragon's breath it. They're going to cast an aim shot, you displace it, you shadow meld it, you greater invisit. Like, mages actually have quite a few tools to be disruptive to hunters, and sometimes it's actually better to play on top of them
and
try to play around them and through them and just disrupt their cast instead of just running back to the pillar. And I think P-Make really highlighted that playstyle here.
He's keeping his damage high too against the hunter. Look at this swap that we see onto Lynette. They're just like, okay, we're done chasing the cat around. We're done trying to go after the hunter. Look at this priest. He's just nice and juicy. He's half health. Like, we'll attack Tony for now, but there's already a frozen orb pinning him. And it's like, he's on the pillars. This is a great time to just attack the priest.
P-Make just solo him? Like, I
I
swear
think
he does.
He actually does.
Yeah, literally completely
P-Make is literally insane. Wait, what? Oh my god, he literally just
Acro did
solo.
0 damage.
He just like, here's a nice lance, Lynette, have a nice trip out of the tournament, just poop, poop, and knocks him out by himself around the corner. While he's still pre-altering, pre-barriering every stun, and like pre-sheeping the clone from the Feral Druid, and then blinking through every aimed shot at the same time. I don't know, man. Like, if he doesn't have a stream, I feel like he's gonna have to make a stream.
He does have one. Yeah. We'll get the details on that for a little bit later on, but yeah. Yeah, he definitely does. Yeah, P-Make having a great game, but I feel like it's worth highlighting Dakara as well, because Dakara just started competing this year as well. So it's really interesting to see these kind of new players to the scene team up with Acro and Swapsy, who honestly, Acro had a phenomenal series as well. We didn't talk about him that much, but at this point, Acro is just one of those players you really expect to be super consistent on that rogue, and he definitely was. So the entire team had a phenomenal series. But yeah, P-Make making plays, Dakara backing them up. A great series, and I feel like the sky's the limit for this team.
0 damage Meteor was fully absorbed.
Whoa.
Fully absorbed. I've never seen an ability fully absorbed like that to hit exactly 0.
Sheesh. So his I looked it up, which is P-Make WoW.
Also, Aya,
Yes, what's up?
I do think it's worth noting. See, you should have believed in yourself from the start.
You know what? You're right. I doubted myself, and I'm really glad that I did stick with my prediction. So thanks for your faith in me, Vin.
No problem.
Thanks for the encouragement. But yeah, I mean, the 3-0, there's not really much more you can say. That was an incredible series. Very one-sided. I think not a lot of people expected that. If you look at the predictions from chat, actually, it was only 34% into for RMP versus Streamer Zone 66%. So definitely a bit of an upset there, and they will be surviving to Championship Sunday. And unfortunately, that is the end of the line for Streamer Zone GG, which means we only have one series left. It's only Cup number 1 for Season 2, and we're already seeing Echo down in the lower bracket, Sid.
Yep, that is. I mean, actually, in a Cup 1
That's
position,
pretty
it's actually
insane.
kind of normal. You know, you don't normally see them in the lower bracket, but for Cup 1s, I feel like we have to get the history on this. How many Cup 1s have been knocked to the lower bracket? And they're going to be going up against Chibaku. And Chibaku has some
Yo, it's like
not
12-y?
mage comps, right? They're the only team, I think, and they were bragging about it being like one of the only non-mage teams to make it into the top 8. So they have some
FMP
curveballs.
is just
They have
so
some
broken.
interesting compositions to try and bring into the mix. And I feel like Lontar has
Yeah.
been really making really good plays on the Resto Druid. So I'm
That shit played
excited to see
insane,
how
yeah.
he
Yeah,
matches
sure
now
he did.
against Echo, because he used to be on Echo until Mech came out of retirement to get back on that roster.
Tournament
so
Mage's time to
he's
shine
gonna
right
have
now,
something to prove for
100%.
himself in this series.
Yeah, that was certainly a difficult season for him, so we'll see if he can find that success with Chibaku Tensei. We're going to head into this next series. It's going to be a difficult one, but Echo has bled a little bit today already from Dobob. Are they going to bleed yet again? We're going to find out very, very soon. We're coming up on a
playing
break,
Fortnite?
but it's Echo versus Chibaku Tensei up
Wait,
next.
what? Yeah, I'm on Fortnite right now. I'm just gaming. Yeah, I'm just leveling a shit ton of ults. Warrior included. After this, I want to do Shaman, then Hunter. Probably Hunter first, actually. Feels bloated and too messy. Affliction is actually one of those specs that I think is less bloated, to be real. It's like you just have your dots, and then you have like your curses, and like your utility. But like you don't have too many damaging spells that like look at Warrior, for example. You have like Rend, Thunder, Clap, Cleave, Slam. It's like you have all these like random abilities, it feels like. Every ability on lock, it feels like you press, except for like Seed of Corruption, I guess is one of those bloated ones. Seed of Corruption, that is the outlier. Bro. I have to give Affliction some credit, just because it's actually it's the Warlock spec that feels the best to me. That's all. It doesn't feel like it's too Warlocky. Because you actually have burst too with your Shadow Bolt and stuff. It's weird, I actually don't like Destro Lock. Which seems so backwards. Mage can always die to jungle. If Mage can't die to jungle, does that mean Mage is in dire need of a nerf? I definitely think OP Barrier was probably a big mistake. And then when they nerfed it, they didn't really nerf it. But that being said, Mage can definitely die to jungle. I don't think like OP Barrier alone means that you can't die to jungle. You have to play really defensively well. Like if you mess up a little bit, you're fucked. You have to be very methodical with your positioning. But when Mage counters, can't even kill Mage, it's probably too strong. Well, these are... So wait, in your minds, what you're saying is that like if you play jungle into Mage, the jungle should always win regardless of what actually happens in the game? Because that's what it sounds like. These are like really high caliber players that are all capable of continuously outplaying each other.
Hello everybody and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just saw Forged RMP versus Streamer Zone GG, and it was Streamer Zone who fell. Now we are on our very last series of the day. It is yet another elimination round as well, Zico. It's Echo versus Shibaku Tensei.
That's right. We got actually Lontar used to be on Shibaku Tensei, and now he's facing his former teammates on the side of Echo. Lontar as well.
Give me one second. I reset my camera.
He's got a lot to prove here in this series, I feel like. This is definitely going to be some testing grounds for him and how he can do with his new roster here in this new season against Echo. Echo, they had a bit of a rocky series, a rocky start to the weekend, to the season as well then earlier, and now they're here facing elimination. So kind of an interesting series. I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, Echo's one of those teams where sometimes they start a little slow, but I have to say, like, I do think Echo played well. Like, I think it was, like, well-fought series from them. It was a very close series, so I mean, you're going to see in my prediction, I think Echo's going to be looking just fine for this one, but what's interesting is these players have played against each other. They're very familiar, like we talked about. I mean, Lontar used to be on Echo. You have Mercy, who used to be, you know, playing with Zipa and Lontar and Houston, so it's like, These players, they have a lot of experience with and against each other. They know each other's tendencies, so I'm curious to see if that ends up mattering, and also what Shibaku Tensei ends up bringing into the blind pick. Because for Echo, I think it's pretty obvious. Spoiler alert, probably going to be RMP, but for Shibaku Tensei, they have options. And Zipai on his Elemental Shaman in particular has been one of those players who's been very disruptive to the Echo dynasty in the past.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe we can take a look here at the predictions at the bottom of our screens. If you're watching from home, let us know in chat who you think is going to win this one. We were wrong last time. Collectively, it was about 11% against Echo winning, and we will see if that holds true again. Ven 3-0, Zico 3-0. I'm not going to lie. I forget what I put. Let's see. Okay.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, I feel like they obviously they're a solid team. We've been wrong before on the desk, so we certainly could once again. It kind of feels like This is sort of Echo's game to lose. Shibaku Tensei definitely, like we've been saying, have quite a bit to prove. So we'll head into the series soon enough, and we'll find out what exactly is going to happen. But it was something that we were kind of discussing before we went into break, Zico, is like, this isn't the first time that this has happened to Echo. It seems like it kind of happened a lot, actually, that last season that Echo would end up in the lower bracket, but then they would just work it out that quickly and end up winning the entire tournament, despite them coming from the elimination series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of their biggest strengths, is that when they fall, they're very quick to adapt. They're very quick to realize what went wrong and fix it. So,
all right, so it's
that's why
Echo
they win so many
RMP
cups.
versus
Like, even if you make them lose one
Windwalker
series,
DK.
it's really hard to
Holy
take them down a
priest.
second time. But
I gotta be
we are
real.
gonna see
RMP
some
counters cleaves like
comp
that.
variety. We were talking about Zeepai being kind of the man
Raiku's
who
damage is
historically
gonna
has been
be
standing in the
disgusting this
way
game.
between Echo and a lot
wish
of
I
these
could move my
finals,
camera to
but
not block
it is
the
going
details.
to be Croto and Houston here with some Windwalker DK, some NA-inspired Zuggage.
Come on, the Europeans have played Windwalker DK too, but this is very fun. The Frost Death Knight, it has an insane one shot. So Croto basically, when he pops his Icebound, or when he pops his Pillar of Frost, he's going to be putting out a massive amount
That
of
just
damage.
seems
But
too
it
weird.
can be difficult to get full value out of that. We'll see what they end up doing. Croto right now, popping the Pillar of Frost, trying to get the damage rolling. You can see he's moving incredibly slow. He gets knocked away. That's a rookie mistake there by Croto. I mean, basically, if you pop your Pillar of Frost and you get knocked away like that, it just means you did not use your Death's Advance, and that is a mistake you definitely can't be making in a matchup like this.
Yeah, and now we're going to see Lontar in some crowd control. Going to see some more setups coming in. There's the Syndragosa. Nice triple stun setup coming out here, but not a lot of damage here, right? You're doing a good job just playing defense, deflecting it,
yeah.
Blinking around, teleporting back
And
with
then
the
after this
displacement,
Hunter, and then after this
making
Ellie.
sure that he is staying nice and healthy. There's the anti-magic zone coming out. Keep shot onto Lontar, but Raiku's not going to be able to find the polymorph. He's taking a lot of damage here. Nice grip coming out from Meh onto Raikou, just keeping that defense going. They got the anti-magic zone. They can't really get more cooldowns with that push at this point in time. It's going to be Raikou now on the back foot. Meh is spamming out the heals, and Houston actually getting knocked there on his slicing winds. Lontar fake casting the counterspell of Raikou there. Raikou looking for the mass polymorph, tries to blink on top of Lontar, but he fades it. Ooh, nice anti-magic shell tech coming out there onto Lontar, but the Ring of Frost is going to snipe him through it, and that is going to be the trinket and void shift immediately forced here from Lontar.
Yeah,
What do you
big
mean
damage
learn all
incoming
the
here
niche
from
parts?
Croto onto Raikou.
That's
It
the
looks
fun
like
part,
he
bro.
might manage to get away. So another big thing for Frost Death Knights is the Delirium. We'll see if it ends up mattering. We can talk about that later. Croto might just outright die about 2 minutes into the game. Making a swap here onto Waz, both Houston and Croto, putting in a lot of pressure here on the Raikou. And Frost Death Knights are one of the best things at killing mages because of Delirium, which is basically a disease. It's a debuff you put up on a mage or anyone, and it reduces the cooldown or increases the cooldown of their movement abilities. So Shimmer becomes a 30-second cooldown. I have a 30-second Shimmer, and you're getting gripped
that
and
shit's
chains
broken.
and Windwalkers all over you. You actually barely have time to breathe in a matchup like this. So it could end up working if they can survive. Of course, right now, Lontar has no trinket for about another 30 seconds. We'll see if they can do it. They might be able to win the long game. Met is burning through a lot of mana, as you can see. It is immense pressure from this Windwalker DK.
Yeah, Raikou actually had to use his trinket there. Oh, nice paralyze onto Raikou during the kidney shot there onto Lontar, but the blind is there to follow it up. Waz could potentially sap that as well. Is he going to go for it? Looks like he will. Yep, there it is. Full sap connecting. Big damage. Meh is in the backline, spamming out the smites, looking for the fear as well. But Lontar has the Will of Forsaken. He's going to Will of Forsaken.
Oh, the
Ice
wall!
wall connects. Beautifully done, but the
No
nice
way!
Syndragosa from Croto is going to buy him enough time there for his healer to get there and save him. Beautiful play, but beautiful counterplay there coming out from Croto as well. But you kind of want to use that Syndragosa offensively,
Zone!
and now he's still just dead through everything. He has nothing for this cheap shot. The full sheep as well for good measures. And Echo, they are just doing quick work out of this DK.
I don't
Just
think
as
they'll
soon
play
as he
that
survives
comp
that
again.
one setup, boom, there comes the next one. And they just never let
I don't
go
know.
of that pressure.
Yeah, it's brutal. I mean, it's just so difficult. If Raikou saves his mobility for the right time, he's rotating with his overpowered barriers, his greater invisibilities, and Waz is there to back him up with stuns, dismantles. It's a tough
I
matchup,
see. I
but
think
you
they're
could
well.
kind of
So they
see
have to
how it
lock
was
in their
working,
comps
right?
blind,
Like,
but you can
there was
pretty
good uptime
safely
from
assume
Houston
Echo will
and
play
Croto.
RP.
Like if they could somehow survive a little bit
So they-
longer, like Croto, I think probably could have dropped a
they-
heads up. anti-magic
I mean,
zone.
I'm
He
not
had
playing
it available
AWC.
for
I'm not
like
in tune with the
15
meta like these
seconds
guys are, but
during the initial portion of Raiku's Icy Veins. So if that
But,
dropped down, maybe survives that setup and they can slowly pull ahead. But I think it's one of those matchups.
yeah, I think
where
it's
you're
that comp you
probably
can't live
not
long
gonna
enough to get
win
the
by
value out of it.
actually, you know, burning
Like eventually you
multiple
get
ice
the
blocks, and just like one-shotting Raikou.
mage
You're
to
actually
a
just gonna
point where
win
he
by
runs out of
moving mana.
mobility,
Like I think it's literally
but you
one
have
of
to
those
do that
strategies
like
where you
3
have to
times
get
to
Matt
get through
out
all
of
his
mana by
blocks and
just
stuff.
slowing down Raikou so much in the match.
And he has meta
We
healing
can see
him,
it here.
which is
This ice wall play was really nice, but
guy
Lontar managed to
heals
save him
efficiently as fuck.
and manages to recover his HP there completely. But then it's just the Frozen Orb doing so much damage. Waz connecting the kidney shot. They proc the Guardian. They get the cheap shot into
What do you guys think if I became a caster?
That's one thing that I really love that Waz
If I
does
tried
a
to like
lot
lock
is,
in and get
he will
good
kidney
casting.
shot, and then if your mage is sheeping, but it's like the sheep is gonna connect after
Maybe-
the
maybe
kidney
I
shot
should-
ends, he
maybe I
goes
should
for just a
look into
half
that.
cheap shot just to kind of extend that CC chain. You can
Seems
see it
hard,
here.
though.
Like, Raikou doesn't have enough time to actually land a sheep there without Lontar getting a
And I
gap
probably
where he
couldn't
can use his fade, for example, or his death. So it didn't end up mattering now because he just died during the stun
Like,
anyway.
I guess if I
it's just a
really
nice
wanted
thing
to, I
that
could talk
Waz
to Vidruki
consistently
about it.
does when he plays that rogue mage.
But
It's
I don't
just
know
so
if I'd
many
be a
small
good
things
caster
like
or
that
not.
that kind of enables this RMP to be as deadly as they are.
I don't know if I could do it like in an
but it was
entertaining
cool.
way. I
We
could
got to
provide
see
insight
Kroto and
as to
Houston.
why things happened the
I
way
want
they
to say,
did, but
I think the first team Houston ever
The
competed
actually, like,
against was
second
called
to second
Windwalker
casting, I
DK
don't know if I'd
Nation,
be good at
and he was a
that.
Windwalker kind of one trick. Obviously, since then he's played healer in competitive. He's played all kinds of things. But I think that team actually was with Kroto. So if memory serves me right, this is something that they've ran in the past. But with that said, are we going to see a comp swap coming out from Shibaku here? They obviously
no
know
one
that
does it
Echo
well
most
enough for
likely
the
is going to be
general
running that
population.
Rogue Mage
since
Priest.
So much goes on. Nothing compared to
Yeah,
Roll.
I mean, I think they're just going to a small map.
Yeah.
They're going to do the same thing. I think they just got to clean it up a little bit. I don't even know. I'm trying to think of what they could
I think
do.
the casters
I'm
they
looking
have.
at his
I
gear,
think
trying to figure out
Ven
is there
and Super
anywhere
are
he
really,
can
really
like bolster his defense a little bit more, like maybe play some more versatility, just
I
really
thought healing
max
stat
that
was
out.
really good too when he did.
Know what meta gem is he playing? Just anything to survive just a little bit longer. Maybe he needs to play the short cooldown anti-magic shell instead
Super
of
just has the
Strangulate.
hype. Like he
Obviously,
his
Strangulate's
voice
really,
just
really
like
solid, but
makes you hype.
just gotta live.
to be
Maybe the shell will help him get
listening
there.
and
but
watching.
I think this is possible. Like if there's any composition, whenever I'm playing my Frost Mage, the thing I hate fighting against the most is actually a Frost DK in a lot of ways, especially in solo shuffle where the match is a little bit more chaotic. It just is so difficult to kite them with Delirium.
Yeah, the Delirium is definitely annoying.
Yeah, I think
I feel
the
like
main
Raikou
part
did
is
a
the
pretty good job
UI.
kind of playing around it, and also the grips from Meh
Because if you
helped
want
him a
to
lot as well in the
commentate
match.
shit for new
I
players, you
don't
have to
think
really
it's
break
the
it down to a
biggest
level that you
issue
just don't
for
have
Echo
time
to deal
to
with,
do.
but obviously on a smaller map.
He
I think
casts
the
it
biggest
Frostfire
issue
Bolt, which is his
for the
hero talent
Windwalker
that he gets
DK
from the
is
hero
that
talent tree.
Usually when you go for your
It
setup,
applies slow
you
to the
wanna get
target. That's why he's
priest
moving at
into
such
the
a big.
blender. And if the priest is just on a big map staying far away,
By the time
every
you,
time you,
you
do
get
a
done with
setup,
that, 4,000 other
has
different
good
noteworthy
positioning.
things have also
You can
happened.
always kind of make sure that the team is not getting kind of caught up and cleaved in that blender, with grips and just defensive cooldown usage. So I think on a map like Hook Point, they could maybe run it back one more time to see like if it's going to work out better for them, because they have an easier time hitting triple stuns and including Matt in that and gripping him
I don't
in,
think I'm gonna
getting
like Warrior.
setups where the healer is also kind of
Maybe I
taken
don't
out of the
like my
equation.
keybuds.
Other than that, I guess their options would be like DH Ella, which I don't think is great, or this Windwalker Ella. Also
Ella.
an interesting, kind of a little bit unconventional comp pick, but this is a comp that has a lot of burst damage, and if you're a mage, this could definitely one-shot you.
Yeah, I was thinking you need a shaman, and whether that's Lontar logging on the Restoration Shaman for Windwalker DK. Because it's actually really one thing that's really nice. Maybe it's not as impactful in like the higher rated games, like when you're fighting like the best people in the world, but static field totem can be really nice. So when you pop your Pillar of Frost and you're the scariest lich monster in the whole world as that Frost DK, if everyone's staticked up and they can't get away, it just gives you an extra second of 2 or damage, which can be the thing that decides the match. But that's not going to happen. We're going to have Zeepai tagged in on the Elemental Shaman. We'll see how they do. I mean, this is a composition we've seen from the likes of like F tier in North America try to beat these rogue mages, and it has worked. And has worked in the past. I'm not super convinced of it right now, but we'll see.
Yeah, I feel like there is like large openings in this matchup. Like when the Ellie doesn't have Trinket and the Priest doesn't have Trinket, there is a big window there where the RMP can kind of just capitalize and run away with it. But you do have nice offense. You have a lot of kind of micro defensives, or like short CDs defensives. You know, obviously you can pre-astral wall, you can pre-burrow, you can do a lot of things like that. The stone bulwark totem as well for the Ellie Shaman. I'm assuming that the Ellie Shaman is going to be the target here for the Rogue Mage. So you can make some preemptive plays like that. And with the Holy Priest Angel form, you can definitely stall out to a point where you get your defenses back. But if you ever get into a situation where Lontar has no Trinket, Zipa has no Trinket, that is when it's going to be really, really scary to deal with those setups from Echo. So opener is going to be important here. Let's see what they decide to do. Get a kidney shot onto Lontar, full Ring of Frost. Zipa forced to trade out his Trinket Astral Shift immediately.
Right,
we need a replay of that opener.
Ellie.
I mean, it's just picture perfect.
We have
Mage
room.
Priest.
Swift.
All three members in instant crowd control, taken out of the game. Zipa's isolated. They get his Trinket. They get the Astral Shift. I mean, a beautiful opener here for Echo. Let's see how they can keep it going. Lontar trying to stay ahead of the damage right now with the Angel Divine Hymn. And it will be unable to be crowd controlled in that form. Both priests, you can see, just in Angel form, trying to stay ahead of the damage. Disarm now onto Waz as he pops his Adrenaline Rush, and he's trying to get aggressive. Houston just all over Raikou right now. Chastise! Zipa knocks him away. Can he get the Fear? The Chastise Fear. Chastise mind control on Houston. Oh no, Zipa is isolated once again. A full blind here onto Lontar, but he connects the heals onto Zipa, and that might be enough for him to survive the mass polymorph coming in, and Zipa is forced to go underground. This is not looking good for Chibaku Tensei.
Yeah, they're even going after Houston a little bit with the leftovers, but now Zipa comes out. Oh, what a beautiful ice wall there, and that's going to be the stone bulwark totem coming out as well for Zipa. And already Zipa has basically no defensives left. He has to pre-astral shift the next setup, or Lontar's going to have to save him. He didn't pre-astral shift. That's the kidney shot. Can they stop Lontar? He trinkets a cheap shot. He gets cheap shot on his trinket. They get the full sheep, and that is going to be it. Surely, there's no way Zipa is going to survive that. And this was a beautiful setup there. Really, really nice there with the smoke bomb.
So we can get,
and then Lontar on his way over gets cheap shot into another cheap shot on his trinket, and then they just catch him with a full sheep, and that's just it. You can't do anything at that point.
I mean, it was literally from start to finish, just perfect setup after perfect setup. This, I was unsure of the Ellie Shaman, but this absolutely convinces me that you're not going to win with an Ellie Shaman into Echo right now. I mean, every single time, we'll see it in the opener, every single time they were doing a setup, they would just create a 3 versus 1 situation. Meh would just chastise the Windwalker Monk into a Fear.
Go pee real quick.
At one point, he actually dodged the Fear, and he still got mind controlled, so he's just out. And then all of a sudden, you have, you know, a Rogue and a Mage, 2 versus 1ing an Elemental Shaman, while the Priest is taken out of the game. It's just, they have such good crowd control. Their setups are so perfect that, I mean, you wouldn't expect a matchup like this to go, you know, 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of what I was thinking about as well. Like, when you get to this position where you have no trinkets as well onto Zipa, it's just, he's such a juicy target that he has to read every go. Like here, he has to pre-astral shift, he gets smoke bombed, he gets kidneyed, and then now it's like, it's just so hard for them to do anything. They get the cheap shot, they get another cheap shot, they get the sheep. And this is, did you see the triple DR cheap shot right there? I mean, this is what I was talking about in the previous game where Lontar actually can avoid this sheep, but he trinkets the first stun. Then in the second stun will fade before Raikou finishes his sheep cast. So he can actually fade the second or the sheep cast and maybe still save Zipai. But the third cheap shot just guaranteed secures it right here. Cheap shot, and then look at the sheep. It's gonna end before, but then there's another cheap shot there. You don't see it on the tracker, but Waz sneaking in with that Giga DR last cheap shot just makes it so Lontar can't do anything. There's just he can never press a button there to actually avoid that, even though he did trinket. So it's just so brutal to go up against Echo because they know exactly these like super tiny windows where they can win the game. And also, I feel like Waz just has like, it's like he has like a second stream on Discord or something open of his mage POV at all times, because he always knows exactly what he's casting and how far away he is from finishing that cast. And that's one of the things that just makes Waz such a great rogue. And Just such a great player to play with because he just sets up everything. You just have to press the button when you play with Waz. It's great.
Look at the damage contributed. So Waz really was. He's the CC'er. He's the enabler.
Yep.
Literally, Med did more damage than Waz in that final setup.
Jeez.
Which is crazy to see. I mean, look at the damage breakdown. Meh, 1.1 million Holy Fire, 1.1 million Holy Fire. You know, it's just time after time after again. Smite 550,000, another Holy Fire with a 700,000 overkill. So big pressure coming in from all three members of Echo. Fuson's actually going to mix it up and go on the Demon Hunter instead of the Windwalker Monk. Do we think this is going to go any better? Because I don't know.
How the hell did you guys get over it?
I'm unconvinced.
I mean, it's the best. It's the best that they have, right? Shibaku is just trying out their different comps and seeing what sticks.
So
I think that the Demon Hunter has some extra tools at least to save the LA Shaman. Like he can drop a Darkness and the Incaps and the Chaos Novas and stuff is nice to try to just more disruption. But there's also a big downside, and that is that you can just swap to the DH and just 100-0 him as well.
Yeah, I would say the one other thing I like about the Demon Hunter is that you can kind of read the setups with glimpse. So if you,
guys.
double jump in the air and you get your glimpse off and you extend it once again, you can actually just be immune to crowd control for a solid like 4 seconds, give or take. And that just delays Echo's go. And if you can like preemptively read it, then you can get off all those CCs like you're talking about. But my biggest fear is that Matt is just going to chastise them first. So before they initiate crowd control on anyone else, that's just going to chastise Houston. And then you can't do any kind of preemptive plays. You're just taken out of the game. So let's look for that in this one.
Yeah. No, that's a really good point too. With the Windwalker, you can't really preemptively dodge the CCs at all. But
you can't even fist the cheap.
send the stun on Zeepai first, then that's Houston's cue to actually use his glimpse and use his kind of iframes to immune incoming CC. But there it is. There's the chastise.
It's EU right now anyways.
Full kidney, full cheap shot on Zeepai, full fear on Houston, full sheep on Lontar. Zeepai, is he going to trinket? He trinket burrows. And now you already got that one big defensive out of the checklist. And at this point, you're also going to swap to Houston. You get his blur. And now it's all about the aggression. Shibaku has to find offense onto Raikou. They have to find some kind of big pressure because that's what their comp excels at. They have big one-shot potential, but now here's a swap onto Houston. Ooh, nice grip by Lontar there. They wanted to ice wall Houston and isolate him there with the cheap shot ice wall. And if they get his trinket there, then Houston also becomes like a juicy target. But there's the chastise, Ring of Frost. There's the full fear on the Houston. Somebody's going to have to trinket for Zeepai here. Who's it going to be? Zeepai actually pre-Astro shifted there, I think.
Chaos Nova.
And he's able to stay alive.
Yeah, Houston gets a triple Chaos Nova there, so he didn't trade out his trinket, but as soon as that mind control faded, the fear faded, he went over, got the triple Chaos Nova, and that keeps him alive. Shibaku Tensei still in it, but I do worry these setups are just so clean. Houston right now, did they get crowd control on him? I think they actually messed up this setup. So Houston's there to peel once again, getting the Fel Eruption, putting out a lot of damage.
Slicing Winds
Demon
is
Hunter's
for
definitely looking better than the Windwalker Monk in this particular matchup so far. But like you said, he's a vulnerability to be swapped to. They go for a kidney shot, but looks like Houston's easily going to shrug that attack off.
Yeah, and it's really important that when the trinket of Zeepai is down, that the Demon Hunter is making these kind of plays because you're buying time for that trinket to come back. You're buying time for, being able to stay alive in those positions. But now another setup here. Looks like Houston was free, but they get a triple fear. They're not going to break it onto Zeepai. He has Tremor Totem available. They chain it with the Ring of Frost. Will of the Forsaken from Lontar into the Shadow Word Death right there instead of having to trinket the Ring of Frost. So a great exchange there by Lontar. Now to swap it to Houston. Can they get his trinket? That is what they want. And Houston is going to be able to hold on to it with no CC onto Lontar. He's going to be able to sit through that stun. So,
Griff.
I want to say Shibaku Tensei, nice pressure here onto Raikou as well. They're definitely playing this defensive aspect of the game very well, but here comes Chastise. Here comes the fear potentially onto Houston. Here is the 3 versus 1. Zeepai just going to trinket and burrow once again, buying enough time to get that trinket back. And now it's going to be up to Houston again to save the day for about 2 minutes straight, because if he doesn't, Zeepai is going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, here we go. Zeepai takes some damage. He gets gouged. What do they have to follow it up? Double Chaos Nova. Raikou goes into an ice block. Beautifully done. And Lontar just preemptively using the Angel. Met as well just matches it. So we have a bit of a stalemate. All the DPS are just going to be attacking each other while basically immune from infinite heals from both priests. But once that phase, Lontar is immediately put into a polymorph. Raikou, reverse magic comes in. That's another tool we didn't even talk about. The Demon Hunter has a reverse magic. So if Houston really making the Demon Hunter look solid here in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And they already got
Holy
one Ice
knock.
Block of Raikou. This could be the second one, actually.
Oh!
Taking so
Ray
much
of Hope.
damage. Almost going down right
With
there.
Guardian.
But the
Imprison it?
Ray of Hope is going to be able
Oh,
to
if he
keep him
imprisons
alive
that,
here. I
that
think
would
that's a
be
positive
so
Ray
good.
for sure. And with that Guardian, Raikou did survive, but that costed a lot of cooldowns. Full Ring of Frost onto Lontar. But look at Houston. He's not in crowd control. They're actually swapping to Houston here. It looks like they got the double fear onto Zeepai and Lontar. There's a kidney shot as well, but Houston is greeting it. He doesn't want to trade out his trinket, and the greed is going to be good here. Still holding on to the Nether Walk as well. Just trading out the blur there. So this is actually a really good exchange here for Shibaku Tensei. Now they're getting aggressive onto Raikou. No Guardian here for about 30 seconds. Matt is going to have to do without it, and Raikou needs to be very careful. Zeepai is proccing Lava Burst, and Zeepai's got his trinket back up again here in 30 seconds. Houston still has his trinket. This is not looking bad at all for Shibaku Tensei. They get the imprisonment there onto Matt just for extra CC. Houston now getting caught up in the polymorph. There's the full kidney shot into the Ring of Frost, into the full fear onto Houston. But again, it was the art on Houston. He's going to come out. He's going to reverse magic the CC onto Lontar. And once again, another setup that's not going to net anything here on the side of Shibaku Tensei.
Oh, whoa! Big swap coming in from Mad. That was dangerous on Raikou, but he holds onto the ice block. They get Trinket and the Void Shift. Man, now into a Chastise. This is not looking bad for Shibaku Tensei. This is looking good. They're winning this game so far. There's cooldowns that they have available. Zeepai has Trinket. He's got Astral Shift. He's got the Stone Bulwark Totem. This is easily the second ice block here from Raikou. Looking for a Ring of Frost. A bit greedy there, but that is there in line of sight. Raikou will hold on with the overpowered barrier, but Houston's just all over him. This is unrelenting
Wow, Raiku's taking
pressure.
insane damage.
Great job here by Shibaku Tensei, and Raikou, I just can't believe he has an ice block yet. Here comes the big metamorphosis. Raikou just spamming out the polymorphs. Man, it looks like he will be able to keep him alive, but it's a lot. It's a Guardian Spirit. It's the Ray. It's the Spirit of the Redeemer, and it's still going to be an ice block. They just keep pushing forward. Raikou somehow holds on to make a swap on Houston now, but he's continuing to charge forward, keep the pressure up here onto Raikou. Mez mana is way below Lontar. I mean, it's not even close in this match. If Shibaku Tensei can keep this up, they could win the long game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at the damage that Fusion and Zeepai are able to put out here. Raikou, surely he's going to have to use his second ice block here. Man, what are you going to do? He grips Raikou back to safety, but he gets caught up in the imprisonment. Nice DR gouge there by Waz, trying to stall the damage there for a second. Raikou has to cancel that alter time as he was very low on HP there as he caught a big heal. But now here's a full fear onto Lontar and Zeepai. Houston is isolated. They're going to Dragon's Breath Houston. No sheep to follow it up, though. I think it's still on diminishing return there for a second. Raikou not able to get away from this Demon Hunter. Now looking for the polymorph. They cast the interrupt here. Should be able to find a full polymorph there onto Lontar, but reverse magic once again coming out here from Houston, and now they can just continue this pain train that they're running here onto Raikou. Lontar's pushing in, looking for a crowd control. If he can find a fear, Matt actually has no Will of the Forsaken, so Lontar could look to find that maybe. And now again, the Lightning Lasso coming out onto Raikou. Guardian Angel comes out there as well. They get
I want to get like a
Waz
foot
instead.
hammock, bro. I don't have anything to like put my feet
Double
on
KO
while I'm sitting
Snowball,
here.
and that is going to be the ice block
guys got
of
something like
Raikou.
that?
Now, no defensive cooldowns on Raikou. No mana on Meh. I think Shibaku Tensei has every tool they need to grab a win here.
Yeah, but Raikou has Icy Veins and Waz has Adrenaline Rush. This is their last moment to win. Echo might be able to completely overwhelm Shibaku
the Griff
Tensei.
tax,
Even though they
getting
have
gripped
nothing
on
left, they
everything.
might be able to do it. Full polymorph lands on Lontar. He trinkets out into another polymorph. Zeepai getting crushed here in the smoke bomb, but Lontar saves the day at the expense of most of his cooldowns. And now all of a sudden, Shibaku Tensei, they have nothing left. Raikou has a minute on his ice block. He could easily fall. Matt doing what he can to keep him alive, but this is dangerous. Ray of Hope. It was negative. Finally positive. Heal after heal coming in. Raikou could fall. Let's see what happens. Houston and Zeepai are just chasing him down relentlessly in this match. A full stun lands on Matt. Raikou gets topped off, but his health is just looking like a yo-yo. Goes down to 10%, back to full, back to 10%. He gets knocked off the side of the map. But at the same time, Echo is trying to make something happen here on Zeepai.
A beautiful Tremor Totem right there on the fear, pre-tremoring from Zeepai there, making sure that Lontar is not going to be in any crowd control. Matt with no Will of the Forsaken here for a couple of seconds. Lontar, I think, wants to take advantage of it. If they can find any stun or any... yeah, there it is. Chastise stun onto Matt. Full fear potentially. Lontar not able to get there in time. Matt actually avoids it. Zeepai now is taking so much damage from Lontar going for that aggressive play, and the darkness is not going to be enough. Lontar, oh no. I feel like they just had to play
Rio and
defensively
Echo.
there. He wanted to take advantage of that 10-second window with no Will of the Forsaken, but he just wasn't healing at that point, and the damage is just insane from Echo. They're going to clean sweep it, but I feel like if Shibaku Tensei ran this from the start, this could have really been the comp that they could have put Echo to the test with. They looked so good running this comp. It is going to be Echo taking it 3-0, and I feel like they just got a little bit too excited at the end there for that kill.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really close game. I get the feeling that Dalaran Sewers is probably the best map for Zeepai, Houston, and Lone Star with this composition, but it was looking good. And like you said, if they had maybe just played it a little bit patiently, played it a little bit more defensively, they had such a lead in terms of mana. But you got to give a lot of credit to Echo. I can't believe there were so many moments where it looked like Raikou, okay, this has got to be an ice block. This has got to be an ice block. I can't believe an ice block. Like, how are you not using your ice block? But they managed to hold on and then have it when they really need it. They actually rotated back up to another ice block in this match. So Raikou had the defensive cooldowns they needed, and it's just eventually they're able to take down Zeepai. Lone Star isn't able to recover. Dampening is getting higher, and all these little CC chains. We see what happens. Lone Star pushes forward. He goes for the Chastise. He's looking for a fear, but unfortunately not able to find it. And like you mentioned, that kind of put him behind in heals, as well as positioning, and Raikou is able to really punish that with a polymorph, and they can get the win.
Yeah, tough way to end that one when they played so well defensively the whole time. And they, if you give Echo any opportunity whatsoever to come back in a game like that, they will take it. And it was earlier as well, that smoke bomb from Waz that
her name is Aya
Trinket. So
Brent.
Unfortunately, they played a really solid game of defense, but kind of tripped on the finish line. Echo, though, is going to stay alive in the tournament for Championship Sunday. And this was, Echo, I feel like we all, in our power rankings, put Echo at the top there, but we've seen a lot of these teams kind of put Echo to the test a little bit. We saw Dobob have a phenomenal performance in that upper bracket earlier. And even though this was a 3-0, I feel like Shibaku also kind of showed they went out swinging, I think if they had a better draft and, they cleaned up just the ending of that last game, they easily could have grabbed games here and been able to put up a little bit more competitive score right there.
I agree, and there's still 2 more cups also, so I'm going to assume that they'll return for Cup 2 and 3, so they still certainly have some chances to, make it into the top 8 and get some more points and make it maybe a little bit further into the bracket next time. We can take a look here at the schedule that we're going to be seeing for both NA and EU as they fight their way to the Gauntlet on May 23rd, as well as the Grand Finals 24th and 25th. So like I said, still quite a few chances, but it's definitely not the finish that they were hoping for, I'm sure. But I see a lot of potential in this team, and I'm excited to see them return. But on that note with Echo, Zico, I'm curious how you think they're going to do against RMP, against Forge RMP on Sunday.
I mean, it depends what Forge RMP decides
it takes
to
me
do.
4
I feel
executes
like
to kill this non-elite
RMP
bird.
a lot more than the FMP, so I want to see them go head-to-head, big
I think that's why it
confidence,
suddenly got boring
RMP
too.
mirror it up, and
Just the way scaling
I think
works,
that,
it's just like,
if they believe
dude,
in
I'm not
themselves
doing
and they
any
have that
damage now
confidence, they
either.
could definitely give them a run for their money. So
Just feel
that's what I want to
listening.
see. The Feral Mage, I think the idea behind it is not bad, but after seeing how Dobob played it, I think there's just not enough time to kind of perfect that strategy. But that is another line of play that they could do as well.
Yeah, okay, well, we will be tuning in on Sunday to see the rest of
They're
EU,
done?
but tomorrow's games on Saturday, definitely stick around because we have got
Jazz is
North
gonna raid you.
America coming. We have their
Alright.
offline games into the top 8 to
I'm
talk
not really
about
doing
as
much right now,
well.
but
And I
take
am
it.
just as excited for this region. It's a new season, quite a lot of new things I feel like have sort of happened, a lot of new rosters.
Dude, if I
new
was
faces
PMake,
as
I'd be
well.
going
Then
live right
anything
now.
in particular
got gassed up a lot.
we're looking forward to for North America?
I mean, in North America, similar to Europe, there's been a lot of roster shakeups. Some players kind of stepping down, some really good players joining forces finally. One team comes to mind for me. That's going to be Tiger Toads, where you have Cubsy, Dazed, Kearney, and Calvish really putting all their eggs in the RMP basket, playing the Arcane RMP, the Frost RMP, the Fire RMP. They got the Subtlety Rogue, the Outlaw Rogue, and they're mix and matching the players that they have. So that's one of those teams I think they're really, really deadly right now. Of course, you have
This dungeon
Welcome to the
is
Jump,
really
the
bad.
team that won last year. They're going to be back. So lots of excitement to look forward to in North America, and I'm just curious to see how some of these new rosters really step up and play.
Yeah, I am curious as well. So definitely be tuning into that for tomorrow. But that is going to wrap it up for us for now. So we will see everybody tomorrow, bright and early, 10 a.m. Pacific or 6 p.m. CET. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow.
Bye. Yo, what's up? Keto. Alright, the AWC is over, guys. For today. That's actually a lot shorter of a broadcast than I expected. It's only 4 hours-ish. Yo, hey, Kat, thank you for the Prime there as well. And Jags, thank you for the raid. Hope you enjoyed your watch party. What I assume was a watch party anyways. I'll keep it real. I'm not really doing too much. I'm just leveling while I was watching the cup, but let's get some music now.
Once upon a younger year, when all our shadows disappeared, the animals inside came out to play. Went face to face with all our fears, learned our lessons through the tears, made memories we knew would never fade. One day my father told me
Jags?
let it slip away.
What is it? Is it Jazz? I always read it as Jags. Literally always. Is it Jazzguz? Jazzguz? If you will remember. Jazz GG's? Oh, okay. My bad, my bad. Yo, Jazz, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Glass cannon could be viable right now? Oh, hell no, bro. No, unfortunately, it can no, because you're actually losing value on a lot of things about it. Like, the scorch damage is nice. The ignite damage is nice, but the fireball damage doesn't even go into your frost fireball. It's literally just fireball. So you're losing like one part of the talent, and then they nerf the other part of the talent. So you're getting, when you think about it, you're getting half value playing it. And for fun, you're just reducing your health by 30%. Not good. Some modifiers, yes, some of them. It's really not intuitive how it works. You sound sleepy AF or relaxed. I'm just really bored right now, leveling. But yeah, it's a very lazy day for me as well. Today's a lazy day for me. I did go to the gym today though. Not completely lazy. Yeah, I saw that, Sweepy. I'll probably give it a whirl pretty soon. Probably tomorrow. What was the other thing you were implementing? The thing Calvish was... The thing Calvish wanted. And we won't stop. We could play some PvP. I think we got to level 78, bro. I don't know. I don't know if I want to sit here and just spam dungeons all the way. I started at level 60, by the way. 18 levels. For someone who hates leveling. Could do some PvP for a little bit. Icon transparency when ability is on and off CD. He wants 100% when an ability is available, 50% when on CD. Yeah, that's what Gladius EX does too. It's everything is always visible, and then when it's used, it fades out. That's a W. I've gotten a Rogue, Rhett, and Ellie from 1 to 80, and they're all in full PvP gear now. Bro, you've been absolutely grinding, dude. So as you don't just buy a boost from a gold farmer, 70k for an hour. I actually don't have the gold for that right now. Some people have offered me gold and stuff, but I don't know. I feel a little weird about taking stuff in market. The grind is so mind-numbing. It really is, dude. It's yeah, this expansion has went through all my gold, bro. With the enchant prices and stuff on all my alts. I don't even get vicious bloodstones. I've opened a billion boxes. Yeah, that's usually how I make my gold, Sweepy. Like in Shadowlands, I made 10 million gold from a Glad boost, and I've been living off that ever since. But I'm finally running out. Gotta do another one here pretty soon. When's NA's turn? Tomorrow. Tomorrow is NA, and then Sunday is championship games, and that's both regions. God mounts haven't been worth. Yeah, I also don't think I would want to do another gladiator boost. Those things are not fun. I mean, it's a lot of gold, right? Like you're not gonna have any fun doing it, but then you have gold for like a long time. But I'll go up here. The last guy's over here. Could be wrong. Is this not? Why are we walking over here? Isn't the last guy up here? The nice thing was paying for like D4 back when I did carries. 10 million for Glad. Yeah, it was a big boost. The guy was 0 CR, 0 gear, and he wasn't good. So it was a struggle bus. Alright, let's do some PvP for a little bit. I'm down to Egg P Swift if you want to do some Windwalker stuff. Thank you guys for playing. Griff, Diane, and Walking. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Alright, we got the warrior up to 78. Yeah, let me put my mug back on. It's definitely not 70,000 gold for a 78 boost, a 70 to 80 boost. The people I've seen it in trade chat, it like they would want like 150 to like 300k. This helmet reminds me of Shrek.
You played for me. You and me.
Where's the? There it is.
I swear it even in my sleep. I hear it like the memory of everything we used to be. You played for
Nice.
me. Couldn't stop the world from turning. It was like a whirlwind, scattered us like leaves. But I'm stuck inside a feeling.
All right, let's pee it up.
Someone never leaves. We were like a symphony.
Let's get our pee on, baby.
You played for me. Oh, you played for me. I swear, even in my sleep, I hear it like the memory.
Quite the thing to do when you're in a relaxing mood is play healer, but here we are.
You played for me. You played for me. Ooh, you played for me. You played for me. You and me.
Yet here we are.
Even in my sleep, I hear it like the memory of everything we used to be. You played for me.
I need to craft something. There's no verse mastery helm for cloth. Okay, thankfully there's legs. Have you guys heard the new sound Twitch Primes make? Oh yeah, it's a really crazy sound. If you guys haven't heard it, you should try to hear it. Can't even get shuffle queues anymore? Damn, you're just that good at WoW. Crazy, bro. Oh, I need to get the weapon enchant too. I hope it's 4,000 gold. Alright, I'm ready.
When the morning comes, I watch your eyes. There's a paradise they couldn't capture. That bright infinity inside your eyes. 매일 밤 내게 날아가. 고민한 것도 잊은 채 나 웃으며 너를 만나. Never ending forever, baby. 매일 밤 내게 날아가. 고민한 것도 잊은 채 나 웃으며 너를 만나. Never ending forever, baby. You are my universe, and I just want to put you first. And you are my universe, and we know that up inside. Baby, you are my universe, and I just want to put you first. And you are my universe, and we know that.
Yo, you here, Swifty boy?
And they said that 밤 내게 날아가 고민한 것도 잊은 채나 웃으며 너를 만나 Never end forever baby 밤 내게 날아가 고민한 것도 잊은 채나 웃으며 너를 만나 Never end forever baby you are my universe and I just want to put you first and you are my universe.
New scroll wheel on my mouse feels crisp. I just got a new mouse, guys. You want to see it? Matches my keyboard. Here's my keyboard. Oh, let me set the color on the keyboard. That's the keyboard. That's the new mouse. Alright, now that you know that they match, I'll show you it up close. Oh, yeah. Like my keyboard, it's a custom, bro. I had it created, but it's a Tofu 65 case, GMK Red Sun keycaps, KTT King White V3 switches, Durock V2 stabilizers, and a polycarb plate. No mouse buttons? No, I have mouse buttons. Right there. I feel weird for knowing everything in that nice build. Yeah, it's sick. It sounds so juice. Yeah, I'll show it to you. And then that's the mouse. They feel really nice. I have zero complaints with the keyboard. Extra clean. No, I don't use a 12 button mouse. We'll set one of these keys and then yeah, you can hop on the DH. Oh yeah, we don't even have a queue time. Alright, send some DH then. I don't know what software I'm supposed to use with the final mouse, because my DPI is not correct. Final mouse software. Yeah, the DPI is too high. Oh, you just do it through the website. That's cool. That's badass. That feels normal again. Cool though, you don't have to actually download anything, you just do it from their website. What is polling rate? Battery life, stability. Higher polling rate only delivers smaller and smaller gains. More battery life. Radio transmission power is substantially higher. Sensor power consumption will be incredibly high. Performance is excellent performance. Motion latency, click latency, sub 400 milliseconds. 8,000 is not recommended for tournament play. Do 1,000. There's a lot. Tournament scroll? What does that even mean, bro?
Travel the world in 7 seas. Everybody looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? I travel the world in 7 seas. Everybody looking for something.
People don't kick.
Hold your head up. Keep your head up. 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 Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you.
Let me cast.
Some want to be abused.
Swift, if you line my heal on Guardian one more time. I swear, bro. They're up there, CC. It's blurred one. Nice. Yeah, I am. It's big meta. Beans. Give him a bad heal. Bait the trap. Oh, that's pretty chill. Three is still a dub. Yeah, it depends on the lobby. If it's one that you're not supposed to win, like if it's a bad lobby, then yeah, it's a dub. If it's a lobby you're supposed to 6-0, then no. Shroud would notice his mouse is on 500 instead of 1,000. Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious on this.
We're also excited to announce a game-changing new feature called Tournament Scroll, which solves an issue that has been plaguing gamers for decades. Before we dive into what Tournament Scroll does, let's briefly cover how all mouse wheel encoders generally function. Every encoder contains what is called a stop wheel, a small wheel with teeth that define the steps of the wheel. Encoders come in either 16-step or 24-step stop wheels. The issue is that even in a brand new encoder with proper debouncing in the firmware, there's always a mechanical chance that the wheel can fall in between these steps. When this happens, the stop wheel is essentially balancing on one of the teeth, and any future movement of the mouse pushes the stop wheel onto the next step when you least expect it, which triggers an unwanted scroll.
That's why you don't put off
While
GCD
this
spells
is a
on it.
rare occurrence, this can happen during a critical moment in a match. And if you have scroll wheel bound to jump, for instance, it can elicit a jump at the worst time imaginable. Throughout the years, no brand of mouse has been exempt of this risk, and there have been many unfortunate moments in pro competition. An important thing to note is that this phenomenon is totally different from reverse scrolls or noisy scrolls, caused by dust and aging in a defective encoder. Tournament Scroll eliminates this risk for players that have jump bound to scroll. It works with some simple logic. The algorithm automatically filters the first step when you go and use scroll to jump. However, because a jump scroll is a burst of signals due to the flick of a scroll, only the first transition is singled out. After this initial transition, the scroll wheel processes all
Scroll both. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna test this. I have death bound to mouse wheel up. It's not deathing, guys. Oh, there. It did it. He's right. That's cool. That's cool for CS. Oh, my dongle. Oh, that's cool. Firmware. That's cool.
You know we're running shit tonight on the floor. Brazil, Morocco, London to Ibiza, straight to LA, New York, Vegas to Africa.
Turn to mean screw. I had sap on mouse wheel. Yeah, that sounds scuffed. Need a new game to play. Nothing is as fun as WoW. Tried out Rivals. Got bored after like 2 months. I mean, 2 months. That's a good amount of time for you to have fun on something. Like Kata coming out. It was like 2 months. It was like 2 months of fun. But yeah, it's gonna be hard to beat something permanent like WoW. Damn, 2 SKUs are just cooked right now.
Baby, now that I think about me now and who I could have been, and then I picture all the perfect that we lived, till I got the strings on your tiny violin. Ooh, my mind's gonna move my mind if it's on right now, and it makes me hate me. I explode like a dynamite if I can't decide, baby. My head, my heart, a torturing me.
I think it's in services. There's like a trade chat that's just for services. Just trade 5. It's like right here. Power leveling 10 to 80. Power leveling 1 to 70, 70 to 80. Dude, it's a mirror match, bro. Yeah, queuing time walking is not fast. I don't care what people say. Yes, it's faster, but it is not fast. I just warded one stun and faded the next. Lol. My guardian here. Ward myself. Up precog. Apoth. Get this guy back here. Set him on 9 beam here. Like I have. W. Half stone. Hit the second holy fire. Probably worth. He's off stun DR. Try to ward his stun. I think I might have gotten her. Yeah, I did. Oh, there's tuning out? Wow. Guardian top. Apoth. Okay. On this guy. Spell late. Try to get some casts to pull the fire out. Nice play. Hit this guy. Running a DH in a sec. Stuns me. Gave you a big guardian heal though. Fire mage gets puffed? No, bro, there's no way. Sorry. A little scared here. It's like they're scared. No, we're scared. I taught myself, bro. No, my peer didn't hit him. That's sad. Life swap. I like that dark a lot. Oh shit. That shit was sketchers. Alright, let's take a look at the class tuning. Unless I got lied to. Nope. There's class tuning. Alright, guys. Unholy DK. Necrotic wounds. Absorbs 1% more healing. Death coil damage increase. Plague and wound damage increase. Sure. Part of the wild cast time reduction reduced to 15% was 30. No more 1 second clone casts when ferals have heart up. Same with Ardruid. Rip damage decrease. Slate Ardruid 4-set nerf. Slate Ardruid mana nerf. Fireball damage increased by 25%. Sun Fury Phoenix. So they buffed Fireball and Sun Fury. Icy Veins increases haste by 15% in PvP combat. Frigid Empowerment now increases spell damage by 1% per stack instead of 2. That adds up to be a 5% nerf. 5% damage nerf when you have Veins up. Death's Chill now stacks up to a maximum of 10 times in PvP. So when you have Veins... Wait, they also increase damage. Wait, so they took the damage outside of Veins and just gave it to Frost Mage baseline. Sure. Slick Ice, slight nerf. Frostbomb, damage increased by 40%. Right now it hits for about 1 million. So now it's going to hit for like 1.5-ish. 1.4. I don't know. Still bad. Icefall now enhanced 30% of Mage's health. So Icefall dies a little quicker. OP barrier absorb amount nerfed by 20%. Holy Priest, Oracle, preventive measures now provides a 50% damage and healing bonus to its affected target. Oracle preventive measures. That's a pretty big nerf. That's a pretty big nerf. Disc Void Reaper buff, so Disc stonks up in 2v2. That's about all that is. Outlaw Pistol Shot. Restless Blades, 20% nerf. I don't know what Restless Blades is. Oh, it's CDR. So they nerfed the CDR by 20% on affected spells, and then buffed the damage. Sure, it's probably a good change. Enhanced buffs, resto, increasing the strength of Storm Conduit PvP talent. Yeah, buffs to Totemic. I don't think Shamans play Totemic right now. MM Hunter, arcane shot damage increased, aim shot damage increased, true shot critical strike damage reduced. Spotter's mark now increases the damage of Spotter's mark by 10% plus 20. Increase damage aim shot plus 20. This is probably the biggest one. Is it a rip dust chill angle? No, I don't think it'll change anything on Frostmage. They didn't touch the damage that much. This is like kind of nothing, I'll be real. I don't think this is a buff to MM, guys. Read it, read it. So this would duplicate your aim shot. That's nerfed in half now. I don't know what that is, but that's a big nerf. Oh, that makes it to where your aim shot is AoE. So now your AoE one does significantly less damage. But there was a problem with this. It's like this would AoE, and then this would make your AoE one AoE back to your main target. So you were essentially getting way more value on it. But now the damage of that one shot is nerfed. So it's no longer a one shot, but they increased the base damage. And they made true shot less scary. That's pretty good changes. I think this is so underwhelming, it's crazy though. That's so underwhelming, it's crazy. Yeah, we need a pyro buff. I'm not even gonna cap. Nothing else will fix Fire Mage other than a pyroblast buff. Frost survives? Definitely survives, yes. Some Fury buffs, no one cares. Yeah, literally nobody cares. Unless this number was like 100%. Maybe it would be decent. I don't even think even if it was buffed by 100% you would play it though. Fireball hits like 800k. So if you buff it by 100% it does 1.6 mil. Which is what a Frost Firebolt does. But now you're also just losing Short Ice Wall, Comet Storm Meteor, and all the secondary stats from playing Frostfire. So like even if they buffed this 4 times the amount that they did, it would still be bad. Now if they buffed it like by 150%, then you're entering the realm of Fireball hitting like 2 million. And that's harder than Frost Firebolt hits on fire. So you would do like a big Tinder Fireball bust and it would hit for 2 mil. That would actually be super relevant. But that is not the case. It's instead of hitting for 800, it's gonna hit for like 1.5 now. Or no, instead of hitting 800k, it's gonna hit 1 million. So fireball does 1 million damage at its peak with that. Comet Storm is fire's biggest burst damage right now. Yeah, literally. Still small damage even with short cast time talent. Yeah. They need to have buffed it 6 times the amount that they did, and then it would be a maybe. It would be a maybe if they did that. Maybe it would be good. Just maybe. Excuse me. Yeah, Scorch is kind of like your hardest hitting spell right now on fire, other than Frostfire Bolt. Buff Lance. Frost changes, how are they? I don't play Mage. It survived. Frost is still pretty good. Those are like, when I think about it, so this used to stack, so it would stack 5 times. So whenever you would get to the very peak of your veins, because like veins is not a cooldown that you pop and you do the most damage immediately. It's you veins, and then the more times you frostbolt, the harder they hit. So it's like now instead of on your 5th frostbolt, instead of it doing 20%, it's gonna do 10% more damage. So a 10% nerf at your very peak. And then Death's Chill increased it was 1%, so it'd be 15%, so it's 10%. So overall, at your peak, you're doing 15% less damage. But they nerfed it, but they buffed it by 4, so you're doing 11% less damage. And then Frigid Empowerment stacked up to 5 and got you to 10, now it's 5. So you're doing 16% less overall damage at your very peak. So it's a 16% damage nerf when you are fully ramped, which is like a thing that you would kind of not even get to often if you were being trained. But still, 16 is a relevant number. It's definitely a relevant number. That's not a small number. The haste. Yeah, but I mean this is not anything really. This is an invisible line to me. Because you already had like 90 something percent, so it's like, okay, I think you'll be okay with 85%. Will Frostbomb slap now? The hardest Frostbomb in PvP I've ever hit was like a 1.1 crit. So 4% increase in everything though. Only free cast Frostbolt spam was nerfed. That's true, yeah. Your Lance, that's Lance stocks. The barrier nerf is maybe relevant too, I don't know. I'm not fly this game, which is sad. Wow, this guy's dying hard. Faked him. Saturn Angel 1 global. Nice dark.
Like when you said you felt so happy you could die. Told myself that you were right for me, but felt so lonely in your company. But that was love and it's innate, I still remember. But you didn't have to cut me off. Make out like it never happened and that we were nothing. And I don't even need your love. You treat me like a stranger and that feels so rough.
Why does this feel so AIDS?
Stoop so low. Have your friends collect your records and then change your number. I guess that I don't need that though. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Now and then I think of all the times you screwed me over, but had me believing it was always something that I'd done. And I don't wanna live that way, reading into every word you say. You said that you could let it go, and I wouldn't get you hung up on somebody that you used to know. But you didn't have to cut me off. Make out like it
I think just not being fly there makes it feel so much worse.
I don't even need your love. You treat me like a stranger and that feels so rough. Now you didn't have to stoop so low. Have your friends collect your records and then change your number. I guess that I don't need that though. Now you're just somebody that I used to know.
Not shit to a DH, bro. Or DH priest, bro eats Resto Druid. Yeah, he was. Swift tier was owning that game for sure. Do you still have that mana drain ability? No, that was last time that was in the game was BFA. BFA. Yeah, that shit was nutty. Mana Rift, yep. Stun Rift. That's all you would do. Every DR window. Like the weak aura, which one? Yo, what's up, Lastman? It's good, bro. That shows what buff you have. I'm gonna need you to be a little bit more specific. Like the CDR. Oh, that's for my. Yeah, that's for. premonition.
Story of my life, searching for the right, but it keeps avoiding me.
It's this one here.
Sorrow in my soul, 'cause it seems
G-Pi meta? Bro, you want to watch the world burn.
company. He's more than a man, and this is more than love. The reason that the sky is blue, the clouds are rolling in because I'm gone again, and to him I just can't be true. And I know that he knows I'm unfaithful, and it kills it inside to know that I'm happy with some other guy. I can see him dying. I don't wanna do this anymore. I don't wanna be the reason why. Every time I walk out the door, I see him die a little more inside. I don't wanna hurt him anymore. I don't wanna
I don't know how to get the big 2 million ones. Am I missing something? Divine image, maybe?
as I'm doing my hair, preparing for another day. A kiss upon my cheek as he reluctantly, as if I'm gonna be out late. I say I won't be
Are you ready for AWC on your HPs? Nah, bro. I would feel bad for whoever I'm healing. That's crazy.
we both know where I'm about to go, and we know it very well. And I know that he knows I'm unfaithful, and it kills it inside to know that I'm happy with some other guy. I can see him dying. I don't wanna do this anymore.
I warded that, by the way.
I don't wanna be the reason why. Every time I walk out the door, I see him die a little more inside. I don't wanna hurt him anymore. I don't wanna take away his
I actually haven't played the game yet.
I don't wanna be a murderer. Don't act like you know me, nah nah. I am not your homie, not your nah nah. Don't act like you know me, nah nah. You don't know where, fuck yeah. Yeah, time is money, so don't fuck with mine. See, I'm out with my girls, I'ma have a good time. Step back with your chit chat, killing my vibe.
Yeah, they kind of have insane pressure.
Get too much of a good thing. Swear me a dress up in the finest things. Please hold your tongue, don't say a damn thing. See your eyes on camera, flashing. Take that back if my style you're cramping. You here for long, oh no, I'm just passing. Do you wanna drink? No, thanks for asking. Ooh, nah nah, yeah.
Smell the silence.
You know me like you know me, nah nah, yeah. I am not your homie, not your nah nah, yeah. Don't act like you know me, like you know me, nah nah, yeah. You don't
That's
know
got it.
where,
Here.
fuck yeah.
Ward.
Nah nah, yeah. Don't act like you know me, like you know me, nah nah, yeah. I am
Get that
not
guy.
your homie, not your nah nah, yeah. Don't act like you know me, like you know me, nah nah, yeah. You don't know where, fuck yeah.
No lie, bro. I don't have the most healing right now.
Together, but it doesn't mean you're in my circle. Yeah, cruise through life and I'm feeling on track.
Nice.
If you can't keep up, then you better fall back. Guess money look better when I see it all stacked up. Ooh, 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 ooh.
I'm not even in line to get picked there.
See, I can't get too much of a good thing. Swear me a dress up in the finest things. Well, please hold your tongue, don't say a damn thing. See your eyes on camera, flashing. Take that back if my style you're cramping. You here for long, oh no, I'm just passing. Do you wanna drink? No, thanks for asking. Ooh, nah nah, yeah. Don't act like you know me, nah nah, yeah. I am not your homie, not your nah nah, yeah. Don't act like you know me, nah nah.
You got the pre-line. Maybe I can sit.
Don't know where, fuck yeah. Nah nah, yeah. Don't act like you know me, nah nah, yeah. I am not your homie, not your nah nah, yeah. Don't act like you know me,
Yeah, that's kind of my last, like, I don't know how I'm gonna copy from here. Fade? No. Yeah, let's keep it real, bud. I don't got shit for you. I didn't avoid enough CC that game. Like that opener. I tanked like 40 seconds of CC. It's insane. The Holy Priest nerf is kind of significant, but I think it'll be fine. I think it's more the damage. The palm and healing nerf is maybe relevant too, but not like super duper. Yeah, the palm nerf is pretty big. If you guys go to Wowhead, I already closed the patch notes, but on Wowhead it's like the first news article. Will Arcane perform better overall after the Veins nerf? It probably won't be better. I mean, I think the distance between Arcane and Frost right now is like not super big, but also kind of big at the same time. Like, I don't think anything beats the consistency of Frost, because the thing with Frost is it's like you have Veins, and then Veins power level is compared to like Veins I think is the strongest cooldown, like offensive cooldown, like with Incarn and stuff. So I think Surge, while it's also scary, it's not the same level of scary because it doesn't also give you like infinite haste. So with that infinite haste, you're doing as much damage as Arcane, and you're also landing like 2 times more CC than Arcane. Because of it's so hard to like, how do you kick or death or fade a 0.8 second sheet cast? It's like really, really difficult. Arcane is consistent, but not as consistent. The biggest inconsistency with Arcane is OP barrier. Like, whenever your barrier breaks and you blink, you sometimes just don't get the immunity. 20% barrier will be noticeable. Yeah, probably. It's where you just need to make you be able to palm surge. That would be crazy. Arcane has big damage every 45. I wouldn't call it like the Magi windows without surge. They are big damage, but it's not like Vayne's level of strain. Here. So if you have damage, here we'll do Arcane. Frost. So this is Arcane. This is Frost. So Frost is like, you're like here, and then you pop Veins and you go like up here. And then you float up here for a long time. And then you go back down. And then your mini goes are like here. Arcane is like the same level, and then your Surge, you go up to like here, and then it's like significantly shorter, and then you're back down. But instead of waiting like that long, I guess you kind of go back up here, and then it's like you wait a long time again. I think Arcane starts higher. No, I don't think so. An Arcane Mage without cooldowns and a Frost Mage without cooldowns is pretty much comparable power levels. They both suck. Without cooldowns, they just don't do anything. But that's like every class. No, I don't think its consistent damage is that much better than Frost. Yeah, bro, he is. He's going to town on those fucking dummies, bro.
It's our party, we can do what we want. It's our party, we can say what we want. It's our party, we can love who we want. We can kiss who we want. We can do what we want.
To my homegirls just trying to live it up, shaking it like they can't get enough. Remember only God can judge us. Forget the haters, 'cause somebody loves ya.
I'm kind of bad into Acid Rogue on my healer.
We all so turned up here, getting turned up, yeah. So
It drops your target for a sec. It also just doesn't work. Like, if the barrier breaks and your blink glows when you press it, sometimes you get the invis, sometimes you don't. It's like, it's just inconsistent. Like, I don't know why it breaks like that. I was talking to Seabarks about it. It might be, like, if you blink and your Arcane Familiar is casting a spell, it'll break it instantly before it even procs. So you don't get the immunity to damage or invis. Fade, dispel, so fade. Oh, I don't have it. That's right. Could be death. Probably kidneys. No, he's not here. Kidneys mean short. Yeah, on Serenity. It's just kind of hitting me. Somehow got a re there. Not sure how that's going. Death mark. Nice. Angel on. Oh. Blind saw his dots off. I don't know what these people are doing. You know what I'm doing though? I'm spamming a bunch of buttons I don't have. Brought him out of his healer's line. Yeah. Kidney. Spelled him so he can dark. Can cast some spells here. comes the kidney.
Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3.
Yo, Calvary, I appreciate that, bro. Thank you. Pre-desperate, pre-palm. Nice. Sun trinket. Yeah. Need to get as much healing on myself as I can. Virgin. He's not even sending the kidney. I don't understand. Give myself damage reduction. It's kind of in a lot of trouble. This rogue. I just raid for a healing increase. Nothing. Nice. Where's... Oh, this line, bro. I'm just gonna read. Maybe not. Dude, healing ass is so frustrating. Blinds me. Nice nothing. Cancel this angel. Still kidney. Death mark. Got myself through it. Give you some nice heals. Try to kill this guy here. Trying to kill. Kidney. Ugh. It's better Blizz frames, Jace. The only major difference in our healing is that he got more flash heals. So he was able to cast a lot more. Yet the rogue didn't kick one time. Interesting. You need some twos? I'm down. Alright. Heard that, brother. I think we would have won if I was fly, bro. It seems to be a very common occurrence. Maybe I just play fly.
In the night I lie and look up at you. When the morning comes I watch your eyes. There's a paradise they couldn't capture. That bright infinity inside your eyes. 매일 밤 내게 날아가. 고민한 것도 잊은 채나 웃으며 너를 만나. Never ending forever, baby. 매일 밤 내게 날아가. 고민한 것도 잊은 채나 웃으며 너를 만나. Never ending forever, baby.
Angel hand.
My universe and I just want to put you first. And you are
Barely
my
calm.
universe and
Gage is looking for a stun. Or one of them is. Good. Ready?
여dom이 내겐 내 편을 셌지 이뤄진 그림자 속에서 And they said that we can't be together Because we come from different sides 밤 내게 날아가 고민한 것도 잊은 채나 웃으며 너를 만나 Never ending forever baby 밤 내게 날아가 고민한 것도 잊은 채나 웃으며 너를 만나 Never ending forever baby You are my universe and I just want to put you first And you are my universe and
Yes, fly. Buffing. Yeah. Karma. Couple more, bro. Couple more. Enjoying heals? Into some stuff, yeah. It's always a role that I enjoy if it's the right healer and like in the right context. Like healing solo shuffle is not something I enjoy too much. Healing twos with honestly just explicit or swift is very fun. Healing threes on H-Priest is not as fun. Healing threes on Dragon is pretty fun. Healing twos on Dragon is pretty fun. Healing RMP in threes is pretty fun. But like, it's a role that I enjoy occasionally, yeah. It's also nice just to be able to play one. Like, it's important to know what it feels like to be a healer. Yeah, that's fair, Z-Flop. We had a game into you guys as a Demon Hunter too, though. But yeah, the Windwalker one feels... I mean, Windwalker's just really strong. Healing 2's is full haste elemental focus beam H-Priest. Elemental focus beam? Is that like some BFA shit? It's important to know what true misery is. Yeah, but there's no, like... There's actually not a better feeling than playing a healer and avoiding CC well. Like, if I see the rogue's 2 casts are like mutilate, so I know he has full combo points, and then I press Holy Ward and I get his kidney, and then he vanishes for a cheap shot, but I fade it and then fear him, and then he trinkets it and I angel form, like that many outplays in a row is something that doesn't really happen more often than not than something like a healer, because people are trying to CC you, and if they fail they're going to keep trying most of the time. And that's really rewarding. The healing part of healing sucks ass, but the avoiding CC part of healing is very fun. 1.5 trinket for healers is necessary. At this point, I don't super mind it, because I don't know why exactly. I just feel like if they reverted it, I don't know. I feel like the game has kind of been tuned around it now at this point, where if you reverted it, it's just weird. Having a warrior loss you and raging at you is not fun. Yeah, well, that's where you have to be confident enough in your own, like, you have to be confident and stable enough to look at the situation. Like, for example, if I'm in a shuffle match and I'm in CC and I have no trinket and the warrior isn't running back and he's still opting to stay in, it's like, well, he can rage at me all he wants, but I'm looking at the game in terms of like what actually happened global to global in the game, and what you did was completely troll. So if he wants to rage at me at that point to cope, go for it. I don't care. I can take it. But it's like, obviously it's still childish and stuff, but deathing a Hex and Poly, yeah, like Sleepwalk too. All of them. More mental fortitude. I swear it's not even mental fortitude. It's like, it's just like you're looking at just the game, just what happens in the game, right? If something troll happens in the game and then someone starts raging at you, but you are looking at it from a pure gameplay perspective, you already know why you lost. You don't need this warrior to sit here and like tell you why you lost. So anything that he says, good or bad, is just irrelevant. If he chooses to rage, then maybe that's where mental fortitude comes in and not letting it get to you. But a random warrior in shuffle that died behind a pillar when I had nothing, and he like wasn't aware that he was in trouble, I got nothing to say to that guy. I don't know. Okay, some water. I should have guarded you. Had my buffs. Yeah. You have to drink it too. Rip. You can go for the fear. There we go. Go for the Himothy. I couldn't get the global there. Dude. I need you to come here, buddy. Holy shit. Dude, what the fuck? We're fighting Zarya. I didn't get the death. Wait, what the fuck is going on? Oh, nice. Okay. That was a little scary. Yeah, I was close. I almost choked, bro. Frost Arcane Fire for beginner for arenas, RPGs, and solos. Probably Frost. Wait, I don't even know what I'm looking at. Oh, like your character is DBing and it didn't hit? I see. Yeah, we were fucked there. Did I have Trinket at that point? I don't think so, right? No, I didn't. Yeah. I was spamming Fade too. Yeah, I don't know how that works. It's probably worth looking into in case you play double mage and tourney. Dude, imagine if someone did that, bro. That would be Giga Chat. Strictly 2-2. Leaning towards sub, I respect sub. Oh, you're talking about Rogue Spice? Just not Asa, bro. The other two are fine. I mean, I guess you could play Asa, but it looks kind of boring. Do you have a YouTube video to set up the UI? No. I have all my stuff in my Discord if you want it, though. Alright, we're gonna call this next one LG. I wanna watch this mage game back. This shit was funny. I get DB'd and it breaks to something and I'm able to get the angel off. Drifts. Well, first of all, I should have faded because he drifted first and then he was on global from it. So there was a reaction global there. Somehow get the angel. Him. Guardian. That him was kind of greedy, huh? Also, I death that ring, but I think he was better than lion. Going to be dude, this was where I almost got one shot. I thought they were going him, bro. So I think I guardianed him. Or no, I didn't. What happened? I target myself. I fade at 3%. I fade at 3%. 2%. 1%. And I get the desperate prayer. Oh my god. I was at 1% right there. I'm gonna send that to Calvish. Yo, what's up, flappers? We got the opener here. That's good. Angel.
He said, are you serious? I tried, but I can't figure out. I've been next to you all night and still don't know what you're about. You keep talking, but not much coming out your mouth. Can't you tell that I want you? I say yeah. I want myself, baby, please find me. I'll put you through hell, just to know me. So sure of yourself, maybe I'll get greedy. That you want it well, and well. I see you eyeing me down, but you'll never know much past my name or how I'm running.
Dude, I thought I melted that, bro.
I'm so happy. Yeah, you're looking at me like I'm some sweet escape. Obvious that you want me, but I said I want myself, baby, please let me. I'll put you through hell, just to know me. So sure of yourself, maybe I'll get greedy. That you want it well, and well. He said, I'm just curious, is this for real or just a night? Can't tell if you love or hate me. Never met someone like that. Got me so crazy. Did you know you got that effect? I said, let me check, yeah.
Nice wall.
I want myself, baby, please
Drop.
let me. I'll put you through hell, just to know me. So sure of yourself, maybe I'll get greedy. That you want it well.
Nice trinket, bro. Guardian top. Nice pair.
Real good time. I'm hearing voices in my head. There's no way to escape. They got me. Anytime, anywhere. In my mind, in the air.
Yes.
Surround me. Lay low. They surround me. Lay low. Surround me. Anytime, anywhere. In my mind, in the air. They waiting for me.
Dude, BM Hunter is so annoying, man. It's just endless damage. Like, I just can't heal. I don't know. Alright, GG's, bro. That shit is ass cancer. Crazy. Yo, what's up, Clap? Last season's Glad Mount isn't loading for me for some weird reason. Oh, that's super weird, Cavalry. Yeah, my rank 1 titles from all the classic expansions aren't loading either. I walked outside too, like IRL, and my Lambo it didn't load. I don't know what happened to that. I do not have a guide on how to play Monk, no. Alright, I'm heading out, boys. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. It means a lot. I'm gonna head out for the night, though. So, y'all take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Peace, peace.
Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of something I can never give.